And it appears we're live again. So welcome back to the public hearing. I'll call the public hearing back to order and resume hearing from people. I think the first to speak will be Robert Reed.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Reed.
You can see and hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you to Mayor Borrowman and Town Council for organizing these input opportunities for Canmore residents. It's deeply appreciated. My name is Robert Reed. My wife and I have owned a condominium in Canmore for 12 years, and we live here full time. We support development of some kind on the Three Sisters Mountain Village properties. We strongly oppose the Three Sisters Village ASP and the Smith Creek ASP as proposed. We have many reasons. I outlined my major concerns in a letter on March 6th, and I will not repeat in detail all of them there. I'm aware you've been listening to a lot of this information. On page 24 of the Rocky Mountain Outlook, that's the March 4th Rocky Mountain Outlook, Three Sisters Mountain Village declared, and I quote, "We have been clear that we are not open to making further amendments to the provincially approved wildlife corridor," end of quote. I'm going to say that one more time. Three Sisters Mountain Village declared, "We have been clear that we are not open to making further amendments to the provincially approved wildlife corridor," end of quote. I find this statement arrogant. The corridor is a very, very serious, important issue to many, many citizens. Wildlife flows through here from Banff National Park and Kananaskis Country. Our Bow Valley is unique in its ability to support many large mammals in relative harmony with our residential areas. If experts are concerned, we all should be concerned, and I am very concerned. At this point in time, if we err in regulating the wildlife corridor size, our error should be making it larger, not smaller than recommended. We should be listening to the science experts who are motivated to protect species. The TMSV quote, which I gave earlier, makes it clear to me that this developer is not primarily motivated to protect our wildlife corridor. My second point is about preserving what we have, a very special small town with pristine natural beauty everywhere. It's enjoyed not just by locals. Many, many Albertans and people from further afield love to come to Canmore. They appreciate the small town feel. They return again and again to enjoy the natural beauty and outdoor activities. Some eventually move here. I believe these guests are extremely important to our town. Our long-term financial viability will always be enhanced by these visitors. Preserving the flavor of Canmore is not a greedy act by locals. We have been and will continue to be a community which shares its specialness with many, many others. In conclusion, the two TMSV ASPs need to be redone. The next plan must be one that meets the approval of wildlife authorities in regards to the wildlife corridor. I would hope that both Parks Canada and Alberta Parks experts would be consulted in this process. The next plan must reduce or eliminate all residential development in undermined areas where subsidence will lead to dangerous and expensive sinkholes. Let's continue to grow and evolve, but let's not destroy the treasure, which is Canmore. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from members of council for Mr. Reed? Seeing none, thank you very much for taking the time to join us this afternoon, sir.
Thank you.
With that, I'll ask that Donovan Simmons join us.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor Borrowman and City Council members. It's been a long few days for you. I know. So I'll keep my input brief. My name is Donovan Simmons. I'm a retired mining engineer. I'm proud to use that term in Alberta since I'm a lifetime member of the Association of Professional Engineers in Alberta. I do not live in Canmore. I do not live in Canada. I live in Utah. So why am I here? My association with this project in Canmore is through my late close friend and former business partner, Jerry Stevenson. I first met Jerry at Canmore Mines soon after I had emigrated to Canada from the UK in 1971. I was working for an engineering and coal testing company in Calgary. My company at the time ended up designing and installing a fine coal addition to the Canmore preparation plant. As you know, the Canmore coals break down easily and create a lot of fines. I met Jerry at the mine and we hit it off pretty quickly. We were both from Northern England and we studied mining engineering at the same university, Nottingham. I should add, I first came to Canada in 1967 as a mining engineering student. I got a summer job working underground at the Mineral King mine near Invermere, British Columbia. I loved it and wanted to come back. When Jerry left Canmore Mines in the mid-70s, I continued to work with him on mining projects. I was transferred to Salt Lake and started working on my own, and some years later, and formed a permanent association with Jerry and three other individuals in 1980 when we formed Norwest. Jerry was president of the Canadian company and I was president of the US company. We maintained our business partnership for nearly 25 years until Jerry retired from Norwest in about 2004 and I retired in 2008. By that time, Norwest has grown to over 200 employees with about 8 offices in North America and overseas. We developed an international reputation in mining consulting. I mention this not to boast about what we did, but to put Jerry's expertise in context. Many of you know Jerry as a longtime Canmore resident who knew a lot about the old mines here, but he was so much more than that. In my opinion, he was the foremost underground coal mining engineer in Canada in the 1980s and 90s. He led a board of inquiry into the Smoky River coal mine accidents in 1980 and made recommendations for changes to the Alberta coal mining regulations. He was hired, I believe, by the Canadian federal government to be an expert witness during the inquiry into the West Ray mine disaster in Nova Scotia in 1991, which killed 26 miners. Jerry was the first to admit he wasn't an authority on all aspects, including high-capacity longwall mining, although he had worked there. His expertise was in smaller coal mines with very difficult mining conditions, faulted and folded coal seams in dips ranging up to 90 degrees. He learned his trade in Canmore, but used it throughout the world in Mexico, Indonesia, Peru, and the Philippines, and the UK, to name a few. He and I spent many hours on airplanes and in hotel rooms discussing the Three Sisters project over the years. He was very passionate about it. And I would come to Calgary for projects, board meetings, or to visit my brother in Invermere. I would often stay with him and he would talk at length. And those of you who know Jerry, he used to be able to talk at length about the project. He took me to the outcrops, the golf course, mine adits, the Durgis sinkhole. He was very much against major development on the unfinished golf course, mainly because of the unpredictability of subsidence related to the extensive undermining, as well as methane issues and possible fires. And I agree with him. I should point out that Norwest team working on the Three Sisters project was headed by Jerry, but included coal geologists, geotechnical engineers, and other experienced coal mining engineers. He had a good experienced mining team working on this. I understand you've had discussions regarding the use of a paste, which looks rather like toothpaste and contains concrete. This paste is injected into the underlying mine workings at high pressure by a large number of boreholes. This is a slight variation of the backfilling system, which has been used for many years in hard rock mines. The backfill material is usually tailings, and the backfilling process usually takes place during mining operations where the operator can see what is happening. The big advantage of using tailings is twofold. First, tailings ponds are an environmental hazard on the surface, and if the tailings can be disposed of underground, it is a bonus. And secondly, they're free. The disadvantage of the process is that it's particularly expensive if binders are used, such as concrete. And you also get possible contamination of groundwater. I briefly looked at the work performed by Golder in 2004 and 2005 on the Stewart Creek area. I thought the work was thorough and well done. I have two concerns, however. One is the cost. Is it economic? There is no mention of that. And the second, the mine workings in Canmore are extensive multi-seam operations. It's difficult to predict where the voids are since they are continually changing. And does the paste fill all the voids? Let me tell you about a similar project I am involved in Park City, Utah. Park City is similar to Canmore. They were both sites of the Winter Olympic Games. Canmore in 1988 and Park City in 2002. Both towns have historic mining heritages involving mining dating back to the 1880s and lasting for about 100 years. Canmore is coal, Park City is silver. Undermining has taken place in both areas. Most of Park City's undermining has taken place beneath the ski runs and the resorts in Park City and Deer Valley. I'm involved in a group called Friends of Ski Mountain Mining History, which is part of the museum. We are a voluntary organization. We raise money and then stabilize our old mining structures. I want to show you a photograph of the Daly West head frame. I'm gonna try and share my screen if I can. Can you see that?
Not quite yet, no.
Tell me if it's there.
No, it isn't yet.
It's not appeared?
No, it isn't.
Okay, I apologize. I better go back to the. Is it there now?
No.
Donovan, hi there. So if I could try to help, you see the green share screen button at the bottom of the Zoom meeting?
Yeah, I hit that before. I'll try.
Okay. And then when you click on the application that you're trying to share, and then you click share within that dialog box, there we go.
Is it there now?
Yeah.
Okay. This is the Daly West head frame at Deer Valley. It's over 100 years old, and it's a steel structure. It's about 85 feet tall. And it was built over the shaft of the Daly West shaft. This was about 2000. This is a photograph taken of the Daly West head frame in May 2015. A sinkhole developed overnight, and the head frame collapsed into the sinkhole. It was tragic. It's been around there for a long time. In closing, I just want to say that the most knowledgeable person, I guess, do I need to get back to my, I guess we could. In closing, I want to say the most knowledgeable person I know regarding undermining at Canmore, in my opinion, was Jerry Stevenson.
Excuse me, Mr. Simons. I know you're wrapping up. This is your 9-minute time check.
Okay, I've got about 10 seconds to go. Jerry, the most knowledgeable person I know regarding undermining at Canmore was Jerry Stevenson, in my opinion. I know he was against constructing extensive residential and commercial structures over mined lands on the unfinished golf course. I listened to him and agree with him, and I hope you will too. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to make the submission.
Thank you very much, sir. You remind me of Jerry as you speak. Your accent's very much like Jerry.
Thank you. Yeah, we're both from Northern England. He was from one side of England and I was from the other.
Yeah. Are there any questions for Mr. Simmons from members of council? Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons, for your presentation. And yes, you do sound a lot like Jerry. Since you mentioned that you retired in 2008,
Yes.
and have you been keeping up on the most recent mitigation techniques for undermining, and have those changed?
Well, I did look at the reports that were submitted. I've not studied them in detail, no.
But would you think that mitigation techniques have changed in?
I don't think they've changed a great deal. I did go on the internet before this talk and looked into paste injection, and it is used. Most of the articles are the paste injection from the Golder report was 2004, 2005, I believe. There are some work going in Australia, but I'm not seeing I didn't see any major changes, no.
Okay, thank you.
If there's no other questions this time from members of council, I'll thank you once again for joining us this afternoon, sir.
Thank you.
And this time I'll ask that Dave Bateman join in.
Okay. All right.
Hi, Dave.
Right. Okay. So I certainly don't have the big brain that a lot of these people before me have had for making their comments. But I did want to point out when Robert Reed was talking and he said he opposed the development, I thought I saw the cat put its paw up as well. And then it got me thinking that Jerry Stevenson's cat, I'm quite sure would have opposed it as well. So in any event, I'm just going to take a few minutes of your time here. And of course, I oppose the development as it stands. And I was thinking about what Robert was saying before, because I'd read in the article about Three Sisters saying that they didn't want to make any other changes. And that got me thinking, do they have to? And at the end of the day, can they still go ahead with their development? I don't know the answer to that. And I'm certainly no lawyer or politician, but I just don't see what the problem would be with going back and developing 30% of what they proposed. And then in 10 years' time, see how it's been coming along. And then, if the Valley can take the development, then by all means, go ahead and do it again. Do it in a staged manner. And as an offside, this weekend downtown was chock-a-block full of people. And it's not even tourist season, and it's not even having an extra 10 or 14,000 people coming into town and for the services, which is great, but it certainly overwhelms us. And if it's overwhelming us in the middle of March, it's not even spring break. I can't imagine what it's going to be like with further development. You've probably heard this before, I think, in the last 3 or 4 days. And you'd made a comment that we shouldn't be attacking the character of developers or anyone else. But I think at the end of the day, to me, this just comes down to money. And the more development you have, the more profit is made. And you need to strike a good balance for that, for developers and also for the community and for the wildlife. So that's really about all I have to add, which is probably not adding, it's probably just iterating what's already been said. So there we go. Dave Bateman opposed to the ASP, but not opposed to doing like the original 30% development.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Bateman. I really appreciate hearing that perspective.
Oh, we have 2 cats. Both our cats just put their paws up in the background.
Right. Okay, then. Well, you got to go with the cats, huh? Are there questions for Mr. Bateman from members of council? I'm not seeing any, but honestly, thanks so much for taking the time and waiting your turn and joining in the proceedings this afternoon.
Yes, and thank you, Mayor and Council. This is very, very time consuming and hard for you guys.
Well, it's interesting.
Bye-bye.
I know. With that, I will ask Daniel McQuillan or McQuillian, it may be, to join in.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi. Dan
Thank
McQuillan.
you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members, for your effort these past several days and your dedication to ensuring the community be heard. My name is Dan McQuillan, the father of a kindergarten student at Alpenglow and a homeowner and full-time resident of Canmore. We moved to the Bow Valley about a year ago, having prioritized a place to live that values the natural environment, community, and sustainable development. We get to enjoy the natural environment daily. We've seen the community spirit and dedication over this past week of hearings, and we're hoping we were right around sustainable development. I've spent hours reviewing the documents and listening to my fellow citizens present over the past several days. I'm impressed by the expertise, eloquence, and time that each person has dedicated to this civic process. It is truly heartening to see such community spirit and a clear emphasis on the common good in a world that is all too often focused on the individual and the here and the now. There have been so many compelling arguments on a myriad of different aspects of the proposals. I really struggled to decide how to focus my own contribution. Should I echo the words of so many others who have already presented? Should I drill down into the subject of environmental impact statements, an area that I've worked on in the past? Or should I speak to my own professional and personal experience working and living for 10 years in Latin America and Africa? In the end, I chose to focus on my work with communities seeking sustainable development. Over the years, I've worked with dozens of communities and small and medium enterprises striving for the holy grail of development, the triple bottom line. And yet many of these communities and small businesses are compelled to prioritize the economic over the social and environmental to overcome the grinding poverty in their communities. They move forward with chopping down primary forests to plant coffee further up the mountainside, or they abandon their traditional textile production activities to bring in a brand name export plant that might generate a few more jobs. As residents of Canmore, as a community, we are in a position to truly value in an equal fashion each of the three components of the triple bottom line. I believe Canmore should be looking to steward its enviable position at the gates of the Canadian Rocky Mountain Parks, along important wildlife corridors, and one of the few privately developable spaces between Calgary and the parks. Instead, the proposed development is likely to diminish the uniqueness of our position and degrade the natural treasures we have been entrusted to steward for future generations. Furthermore, as many have adeptly pointed out, it is also likely to negatively impact Canmore's sense of community and even the town's finances, rather surprisingly. In short, these proposals fall short of my own and most experts' definition of sustainable development. Development which meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And I would also add future wildlife to meet their own needs. Therefore, I would like to register my opposition to the two proposed ASPs. On all three levels, the bottom line does not total. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. McQuillan from members of council? Seeing none, thank you very much for taking part this afternoon. I appreciate hearing your perspective.
Thank you for the time and the opportunity.
At this time, then, I will ask Leila Molnar to join in.
Hi there, good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor Borrowman, Canmore Town Council, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Leila Molnar, and I've lived in Canmore since 1997. I'm by no means as well-versed about local issues and politics as many of the other speakers that went before me for the past 4 days. And though you're not an intimidating group, the act of speaking publicly in front of my community is an intimidating endeavor. I'm inspired by the knowledge, insight, and intelligence with which we've heard our locals speak in the past few days. These are the people who make up our community, and just one of the reasons Canmore is such an incredibly special place to live. I've read the two ASPs and listened to the TSMV's online presentation. And no, I don't support them. Despite the many hours of reading I've done to try to gain the perspectives of both sides of this debate, I'd be a fool to try to argue the technical details involved. I rely on the scientists, specialists, and residents of Canmore and the Bow Valley who not only have professional opinions, but also know what it means to be a resident of this unique area. I oppose both of the ASPs in their current form. I'm against increasing the Canmore footprint to such a grand scale, increasing the urban growth boundary, and my concerns include increased vehicle congestion as we witness every day, especially this past Saturday in the middle of March during COVID. The increase of carbon emissions, impacts on wildlife, risks of building undermined land, and dealing with the already high risk of wildfire hazard and how to manage a potential evacuation of this already congested valley. My points are, and these concerns have been addressed by hundreds, if not thousands, of concerned residents already. Some have argued that this is a form of NIMBYism, but Canmore cannot possibly accommodate everyone who wants to live here until the end of time. At some point, development and growth need to take a back seat to more immediate priorities. I believe that that time is now, and that we as a community have the capacity to be world leaders of sustainable development instead of following suit to other mountain towns who have been loved to death. I ask that Canmore Town Council explore their legal rights to request that the TSMV recognize the overwhelming opposing sentiments of the affected peoples, engage with First Nations, withdraw their Smith Creek ASP entirely, and amend the other ASP in order to break it down into smaller plans that will find a balance between development and all of the other complexities of the Bow Valley, not only for now, but for the next 30 years and beyond. I feel deeply about the place I've called home for over half my life, and I wish to preserve for my daughter and her generation the same sense of community and unique mountain environment that I have been very fortunate to be a part of here in Canmore. We're so very, very lucky to live here, and I feel a responsibility to do my small part by sharing my sentiments today. So I thank you for your commitment to the community and your endless hours of attention to this matter. Thank you.
And thank you. Are there any questions from members of council for Ms. Molnar? I see none, so thank you for taking the time to join in this afternoon, and it's good to hear that we're not that imposing a group, but I understand the hesitation some folks have around speaking in public, so thank you for stepping it up a notch.
Thank you.
With that, I will invite Belle Torin to join in.
Making sure I'm on.
Yes?
Okay. Mayor Borman and councilman, thank you for letting me speak to you. I, Belle Torin, have been a full-time Canmore resident for 7 years and a homeowner in Three Sisters Creek area for 18. I am passionate about my neighborhood, so much so that I've been protesting development on the abandoned golf course for at least 9 years. One proposal I jointly prepared in 2014, Canmore and the Three Sisters, One Vision for the Future, I have resubmitted to you. On the record, I am opposed to both ASPs, bylaws 20, 21, 5, and 6. I am concerned with unanswered and obvious wildfire risks, the liabilities related to development on undermined lands, the needs to preserve our local wildlife's access to corridors, not the reduction of them or the reliance on minimum widths. The climate emergency we face collectively and globally, the lack of respect for the rights of our local Indigenous peoples, the risk if we do not prioritize Canmore's fiscal well-being and community psyche. I am not opposed to development. I want Canmore to be a place where the youth of Canmore can be able to return, a home that presents them with professional opportunities beyond the hospitality, tourism, and sports sectors. Quarry Lake, the Nordic Center, and trails to grassy lakes are stressed by our love for them. Canmore needs the Three Sisters lands, especially the abandoned golf course, to be part of its sports and recreational future. Other communities have succeeded when a large tract of land was to be developed in their midst. I lived in and next to the Research Triangle Park of North Carolina over a span of 20 years. Local developers bought the land in the area in trust for the people of North Carolina and positively changed the economy and quality of life for all Carolinians, and also made huge profits from related development. Please seek these examples out, like Zermatt, with a population over 5,800 that bans most motorized vehicles, or Davos, with a population over 10,000 that hosts World Economic Forums. Refine their experiences for Canmore so that the next cut in this gem we call Canmore will result in a priceless jewel. I ask you to reject the two ASPs in their current form, but with the intention to encourage the developers to enlist some of the persons and experts who spoke in opposition at these hearings and to take smaller conscientious steps. I totally agree with Mr. Beitman too. If you have any questions, then I'm happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Toren. Are there any questions at this time from members of council? Seeing none, thank you very much for taking the time to join in today and sharing your perspective with council.
Thank you.
At this time, I will ask Becky Scott to join us. Hi, Becky.
Hi, Mayor Borman and town councillors. My name is Becky Scott, and I would like to register my opposition, as well as that of my two children, Teo and Bryn Wadsworth, to the ASPs for the Three Sisters and Smith Creek developments. Teo and Bryn were quite keen to miss school this afternoon and speak for themselves, but I reassured them I would do so on their behalf. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak today, and I thank you for hosting this public hearing to which so many members of this community have responded in a way that I don't know any of us could have imagined. They say that knowledge is power. And to that end, I think that the number of people coming forward to share their knowledge on issues of wildlife conservation and the economic impact, undermining, risk, liability, climate change, affordable housing, to name just a few, has been one of the more incredible demonstrations of civic engagement that I've seen in a long time. But I want to acknowledge and pay tribute to the Stoney elders and the community members who came forward to speak and highlight the fact that they were left on the sidelines of this consultation. In spite of a declared commitment to reconciliation, the original keepers of this land and people for whom this land still holds meaning and sacred value were never approached or invited to the table to share their thoughts and views. And I think that in this era of reconciliation and in light of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, this was a real oversight that has overshadowed the whole process. And in my humble opinion, probably should have grounded to a halt, demanding a total reset. It's 2021. We can do better than that. I've spent the last week listening to nearly every possible demographic you can find here in Canmore come courageously forward to present facts and science and evidence-based arguments to challenge these ASPs. And with a background in sport integrity and sport for social development, I've also been wondering what I could possibly add that might resonate or support these arguments even further. And I think I found it. I spent the better part of a decade at the highest decision-making tables of international sport on issues of sport integrity. I know very well the uncomfortable place of being a decision maker, surrounded by opposing views and conflicting opinions and trying to make the best decision for everyone. I think that where my experience applies here is that over the course of my time at those tables, I noticed a strong and obvious trend, which was that those with the most wealth also carried the most weight, and that those with the most power were also able to exert the most pressure. Many well-intentioned people in positions of leadership were unable to withstand those pressures, and I saw rules bent, compromises made, and politics and profit trump principle time and again. It wasn't fair, and it wasn't right, and it certainly wasn't in keeping with the majority view of those who would be the most impacted, nor the longer-term viability of the industry as a whole, but that didn't seem to matter. Everything and anything could be justified to ensure the short-term gain of the very few over the long-term greater good of the majority. All of which is to say, leadership matters. And values-based leadership anchored in integrity and principle matters now more than ever. It has been a long time since I felt as inspired as I have over the last week, listening to the members of this community come forward with the facts and with their hearts to present a collective vision of how they want this community to be led now and into the future. I could not be more heartened or more inspired or encouraged to see this level of civil discourse and engagement, and I hope that you, as the elected representatives of all these people, have been as well. I do believe that you're being called on to represent the majority views and values of this community, to revisit your role in reconciliation, to wrap your arms around the wildlife and the next generation, to protect the idea of a community that can coexist with nature, and to uphold the existing rules and laws that were originally created to ensure the long-term livability and sustainability of this community. This is an opportunity in so many ways to demonstrate awareness of the most pressing issues of our times, to respond to the community that is speaking to you now so clearly and so eloquently, and to be on the right side of history. And I truly hope that with the support of so many who have rallied behind this cause, that you take that opportunity and lead us well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Ms. Scott? Seeing none, thanks for taking the time, Becky. And if you need a note from the mayor assuring your kids that you spoke for them, I'm happy to provide that.
Thank you, John.
Honestly, thank you for joining in and sharing your words.
Thank you.
This time, I will ask Catherine Binhammer to join in.
Thank you, Town Council, for the opportunity to speak and for your extraordinary patience in listening this week. I'm familiar with the ASPs before Council, and I will be speaking in opposition to them. I also want to begin thanking the impressive number of citizens, as Becky has just noted, who have made oral submissions to Council. They have given me hope for what engaged democracy can achieve, especially in fighting the large and complex problems that face us, like climate change and social justice. My name is Catherine Binhammer, and I've been living in Canmore for 15 years. Because of the loss of economic and cultural diversity I've witnessed in Canmore over these years, my partner and I have been considering leaving Canmore for a community and a province that better reflects our social values. But hearing my fellow citizens over this past week has made me feel different about this town. There still exists a town worth fighting for. It may not exist, though, if we say yes to the Three Sisters and Smith Creek developments. I ask council members to honor the combined intelligence and commitment of its citizens, citizens who have clearly empowered you to say no and do something different. Like many others who have spoken, I care deeply about the place where I live, about finding ways to live with wildlife, and about our commitments to living in good relation with our Stoney Nakoda neighbors. This commitment for me entails honest and open consultation with all Treaty 7 signatories, and it worries me that this has not occurred. We are all treaty people. Others have given highly complex and specific arguments. Wow, what skills and knowledge we have in this town for why TSMV is in its current state cannot proceed. And so I'm not going to repeat those arguments. By now, you know them all too well about the wildlife corridor, about traffic, liability issues, undermining the impact of the climate crisis, et cetera, et cetera. Instead, I'd like to use my time to speak from my own experience as a humanities professor and cultural historian of economic growth, having published a scholarly book on the culture and origins of economic growth in 18th century Britain. What my research shows is that how we speak, the words we use, and the stories we tell about our economic lives matter as much as the numbers on the page. For 250 years, we've been wedded to the progress narrative, the story that assumes growth is good, that more wealth overall will translate into more wealth for all. The beginning of the 21st century has revealed the problems, the gaps in this story: climate crisis, the growing wealth inequality, being only two. I heard Frank Kernick yesterday repeatedly say that we have to move forward and approve TSMV in some form. And the collapse of moving forward with development and economic growth is a 250-year-old narrative, a rhetorical move that collapses moving forward with economic growth. And my research has shown that it's time that we break apart that coupling, that we link moving forward instead with environmental justice, with diversity. We have to use our imaginations to create new ways of developing our town, not keep doing more of the same, to move backwards by accepting business as usual. When I first moved here, I participated in the Mining the Future consultation, in which town citizens very clearly agreed that we would choose community and social values over growth and profit. And I've heard many speakers repeat this sentiment this past week. We're a wealthy community, and we as a community are willing to pay more to work together and solve the problems of affordable housing, to save our wildlife, to live sustainably. Does a tourist town have to be a playground for the wealthy and the white, I ask? Are there ways we could imagine a more socially, racially, sexually, and economically diverse form of tourism? As one of the few lesbians in town, I'd love to see the TSMV include co-housing opportunities for alternative families. I'm not against development that would increase the diversity of the town. Social science and humanities research demonstrates that the more diverse and mixed a community is, the stronger and more creative it becomes. I had the honor of working with the Bow Valley Refugee Project that succeeded in bringing a number of Syrian refugees to Canmore. And I discovered the challenge we faced as a community in welcoming those refugees. At that time, there were only 2 other Canmore citizens who spoke Arabic. And for non-Christian immigrants, Canmore lacks places of religious services. While TSMV includes the requisite amount of affordable housing, although we've heard today less than our goal, the real estate development will only attract more of the same. The result will be that our town will become whiter at a historical moment when we need to think seriously about the legacy of white privilege. TSMV proposes to develop the last big chunk of land, but there is nothing in their proposal that would increase the diversity of this town. Someone quoted the brilliant planner Jane Jacobs yesterday. She has lots of wisdoms in the nature of developing communities that are vibrant and diverse. And she also warns that communities die when development is monolithic and large scale, when homes sit dark and empty and where residents do not engage. These hearings have shown me that the town is far, far from dead, and that all our expert knowledge, if we choose to listen to it, shows us that it will die if we don't stop this large-scale project. Please, I plead, do not let our town die. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Well, thank you for speaking today and joining with council and sharing your perspective. I'm looking to see if there's questions from other members of council. Councilor McCallum does have a question.
Thank you, Mayor Barman, and thank you, Ms. Bidhammer, for presenting to council. Some of the things that you said actually really speak to me. Over the last few days of the hearing, I've really noted a lack of diversity in our presenters overall, and it's actually had me thinking about how we can engage more diversity within our public discourse. And I was wondering if you maybe offline some time, if you had any ideas, if you might take the time to send that to me, please.
Yes, absolutely. And I would just comment on one that I've noticed. I live near Quarry Lake, and I loved the diversity of Quarry Lake this summer. One sat reading a book, hearing 15 other languages, and one of the things I noticed is that spaces for picnics for extended families increase the diversity in communities. So it's one thing to think about, but I'd be happy to give you more ideas offline. Thank you for the question.
Definitely. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Perhaps it's too long a conversation for this forum, but I'm also curious to, when people talk about specifically around maintaining diversity within our community and focusing on social over economic and other concerns, I really would like to know what people's thoughts are in regards to housing, because our housing stock is so expensive and getting more so. How do we set it up so that other less wealthy, more diverse people can be in Canmore? And I appreciate that this isn't the forum to get into that, but it's certainly a question that's gone unanswered by and large through these hearings.
I would say that for myself, I started as a second homeowner here and then became a permanent resident. But as I was a second homeowner, I would say tax me more so that we can, I'm happy to pay. And I think that we can do our own form of redistribution of the wealth in this town through initiatives like more of the affordable housing initiatives, more of the support for smaller developers. I think there are creative ways that we can do, but one of them certainly is maybe it's time to think about taxing second homeowners. Thank you.
Yeah, and unfortunately that's not legal or not available in Alberta, so not an option. Otherwise we might have considered that 20 years ago. Regardless, I've made a note of your comment, tax me more. Thank you. And with that, I will thank you once again for joining in today, sharing your perspective. And I will ask Avni Soma to join in.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, indeed.
What incredible timing that I am probably the only woman of color speaking today, or speaking, I don't know when, but even though that's not my lens I'm planning to speak about, but I can, if you want, say something at the end about it.
Sure.
Thanks, Avni.
But I'll start with food lens. I'll start with the food lens, which is how you guys all know me. So for over a decade, I have been involved with grassroots organizations and social ventures in the Bow Valley. And now my work outside the home focuses on policy changes at a municipal, provincial, and federal level. I was recently selected to be a member of the National Food Policy Advisory Council and the only representative from Alberta. Thanks, Joanna. Thanks. On behalf of I'm here on behalf of the Bow Valley Food Alliance Board of Directors. I'm here today to voice our opposition to the proposed ASPs. We ask you to consider the negative impacts related to food that such a development will have on our community. So I'll just summarize the letter that we submitted a couple of weeks ago. I can't remember the timelines now, but so I'll just try to keep things short and relevant to the ASPs that are on the table. That was a food pun. So what is the connection between ASPs and food? From our research and community-wide conversations that we have organized and researched, we identified the following food challenges currently faced in Canmore. So cost of food. Cost of food is consistently cited as the #1 food-related challenge facing residents. Research also shows that we are currently not able to adequately cope with food insecurity. We have repeatedly heard that residents are facing the choice between paying for rent or paying for food. I'm not sure if you guys are aware of that. Organizations such as Canmore Food and Friends have reported delivering free meals to families who are in desperate situations, and a lot of them live in the high-end housing of Three Sisters neighborhoods. Prior to the pandemic, they were seeing in excess of 300 people per week at their weekly dinners. During the height of the pandemic, they were delivering 800 meals weekly. So that just shows our food insecurity issues. So in relation to the ASP, housing sold to investors and part-time residents will not reduce housing costs. It will instead reduce accessible housing for locals. You know, and I have a lot of thoughts about that as a child of immigrant parents as well, but that's not Bow Valley Food Alliance. Food insecurity is an issue in Canmore. One of the communities that has been flagged as food insecure by working groups, by groups working on emergency food in Canmore, those renting the properties in Three Sisters neighborhoods. These are often families who are not able to find housing rentals in other parts of town, but who work in town. And the rental rates are so high in the Three Sisters neighborhoods that people not able to afford food and are increasingly relying on emergency food aid. So our concern is that the proposed ASPs will just continue these trends, and they won't meet housing needs, but they'll create more low paying jobs, so low wage jobs. So food sovereignty, some terminology in our world, is the community's ability to determine what their food systems look like. So as we struggle to determine what our food systems look like, the settlers of the Bow Valley, we are concerned that the ASPs will compromise our Treaty 7 responsibilities in relation to Indigenous hunting and trapping rights. And this was so gracefully brought to the table by Jackson Wesley, Roland Mudd, John Snow, and Bill Snow. So here's my proposal. Any future developments must contribute to local food system resiliency and community self-sufficiency. And I would ask that the developers read and sign our Bow Valley Food Charter, so at least the concept of food sovereignty is in their minds. And I would say that they actually should consult with us at the Bow Valley Food Alliance before even putting in any kind of ASP. So we strongly believe that these current ASPs are not in line with the vision expressed by the Food Charter and the Canmore community more broadly. And our conclusions are based on the research conducted with the University of Calgary, University of Manitoba, and we're happy to share the findings if Council would find that helpful. Thanks.
Thank you. And if you can, why don't you share those documents for Council to review?
Okay.
I'm sure we'll find lots of time. But Councilor McCallum, you have a question?
Thank you, Mayor Barman, and thank you, Avni, for coming to speak to council.
Thanks.
So some of your words have me thinking a little bit farther beyond this application, and I am going to take my privilege to ask you a question a little bit beyond that, but in the realm of development. So you're proposing that developers in general should consult with the Bow Valley Food Alliance and understand the Food Charter, etc. Would you extend that to anybody developing anything in Canmore, whether it's a 14,000 person ASP or if it's a single family home or a duplex?
Yes, I would. Yes, I would 100%. Yes.
I feel like we're saying a lot of things that sort of apply to big D developers, but there's a lot of little D development going on all over this town. And I would actually say it rivals the big D development to a certain extent. And I was recently a small D developer, right? We just built a home for ourselves finally, but yeah, I was just curious as to the larger extension of what these conversations, what these 5 days of hearing from the public sort of mean in overall and how our community grows and changes. So I just wanted to know what you thought about that, and clearly you agree.
Yep, and I would say partially that's experience because my partner and I recently bought a home to address staffing issues for ourselves as business owners. And food security was definitely part of that conversation. And we put our own money in, and we were not, asking for any outside help. But I think if there are local residents doing that type of thing, we should have a program in place that can encourage them to go in that route instead of relying on these big developments to, address our own, as business owners, let's say, our own housing needs. So yes, I do feel that is one part of the solution. I do feel, and yes, Bow Valley Food Alliance is here to speak or to, toss ideas around about the food piece, food lines. Yeah.
Great. Thanks a lot, and congratulations on your appointment.
Thanks.
That's
Thanks.
awesome.
Thanks.
If there are no other questions at this time for Avni, again, thanks so much for taking the time to join us today and sharing that quite different perspective. We haven't heard your perspective, I think, at all during the public hearing. So appreciate hearing that.
Yeah, thanks.
At this time, I'll ask Jordan Burks to join in.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
You bet.
Okay, super. Hello, Mayor and Council. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Jordan Burks. I'm 55 years old, and I was born and raised in Banff. And since then, I moved around some, but effectively, I've lived in the Bow Valley all my life. I'm a business owner, and I have 3 young children. And the youngest is 3 and the oldest is 8. And I've talked to friends about the TSMV, and I've tried to tune into the forum where I can. And I've only had a cursory look at the ASP. I suspect at this point, pretty much everything we're saying has probably been said. And so my goal is quite simplistic. I want to officially sort of lend whatever weight I have in opposition to the TSMV. Canmore is a special place, and I think what makes it special and so powerful and transformative to people is it's situated in one of the most beautiful places on the planet and connects us to wildlife in a way that so many other places can't. And it offers a certain quality of life that's really hard to come by. And as a community, I think we should do everything we can to honor this, radical good fortune. And I feel, for me, I can't see how the TSMV does anything but undercut, the good fortune we have here. And the urban sprawl, the TSMV just seems so antagonistic in a way to the soul of the place. And, what I sense from what people have, said before me, whatever economic opportunity there might be, it seems to come at such a highly probable cost. So for me, it's just such a momentous choice. And I also think there's so many illustrative examples of towns and cities, that made poor, wide choices along these lines. And there's been a ton that have been mentioned already. I mean, what comes to mind for me of, what not to do is a place like Niagara Falls, where there's this evident natural grandeur, and it's largely been obliterated, by short-sightedness and development and lack of regulation and so on, And on the other side of the spectrum are places like Saas-Fee in Switzerland, where I think the community has been very conscientious and integrity with the native surroundings and, pioneers of low impact tourism. I think, there are better ways to help our community and to look out for friends and local families and share what we have with the rest of the world, to respect the wider ecology and the local indigenous people. And, you know, I also think it's not really about hogging Canmore to ourselves. Like if you look at a smaller scale, like a place like Lake O'Hara, you know, they put in regulations that over time, you know, have preserved it, but then also made it more available to people in the long run. And you know, I hope this development won't happen, and that council will line up in that direction. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions for Mr. Burks? I see none, but thank you very much for joining in this afternoon and sharing your perspective with us, sir.
Take care. Thanks.
I'll call a very short break, 5 minutes, so we'll reassemble at 2:37 and hear from Jay Honeyman at that time. I'll just wait to see a couple other councillor faces pop up. And there's 4. That's good enough. Let's get started. And invite Mr. Jay Honeyman to join in and share his perspective. And Jay, I want to note that I appreciate you may be apprehensive about speaking at this public hearing as a resident and not as an employee of the province. So I'm sure council will respect that you're here to speak only as a resident and not a provincial government employee.
John, I wasn't even going to mention that part.
well, unfortunately, it doesn't have to be mentioned because everybody knows it.
Yeah.
But Jay,
Yeah.
go ahead and share your thoughts with council, please.
All right. Thanks for the opportunity, Mayor, councillors, to present, and for the time you've put in on this issue in recent days, and gosh, for some of you, years. It doesn't go unnoticed. And as John said, I'm here today voicing my concerns as a Canmore resident. I've lived in Canmore for over 30 years, and our 2 kids were born and raised here. Having traveled extensively around the world, I still have yet to find a better place to live than the Bow Valley. To begin, I do have concerns around the 2 ASPs, which I have reviewed. I am opposed to them in their current state, though I'm not against the general concept of development. Without it, I would not likely have made it to the Valley myself or found the necessary employment to remain here and raise our family. My concerns include many of the issues brought forward by previous respondents. All of these issues are challenging with no easy answers, made obvious by the fact that 30 years later, we continue to look for ways to manage these lands in a way that is satisfactory to the developer, residents, visitors, our First Nations communities, and the town of Canmore. And yes, of course, the wildlife and natural systems that we strive to live with. With these challenges, though, comes opportunity, and this is what I'd like to focus on today. As many have said before me, Canmore is a special and unique place, not just because of its scenery and wildlife. The people in this community are not one to shy away from a challenge, as evidenced by the number of concerned citizens that you had to listen to now for how many days? I tip my hat to them as well. I'd like to share a story that illustrates how unique the area we live in really is, and it could possibly serve as an example of what we as a community can do when we put our collective minds to work. A number of years ago, we hosted a human-bear conflict workshop at Canmore, and it was attended by bear biologists from all around the world. One afternoon, we took them on a tour of the valley in a bus, and we showed them our highway fences, our crossing structures, wildlife corridors and habitat patches, our community bear-proof garbage bins, an attractant removal program. We explained how our 20-year-long aversive conditioning program worked on grizzly bears and talked about our highly touted Wild Smart education program. At the end of the day, folks were wide-eyed and bewildered. This general bewilderment was summed up by one biologist who asked, "How in the world did you guys manage to pull all of this off? We've been trying for decades to get just one of these programs up and running, for the most part, to no avail." Most, if not all of these programs are, or at least were at the time, considered cutting edge, and the Bow Valley is considered a world leader in many of these conservation-oriented programs. How is that? Well, I would argue that it's because we live in a unique and progressive town with smart, engaged, and determined people who will not settle for the status quo. In the case of these 2 ASPs, I see an opportunity to move the ball forward in regards to managing urban growth in a socially conscious, economically, and environmentally responsible way. We need to sit down collaboratively and figure out what responsible growth looks like and become a leader once again, this time in the area of urban development, a town that others can look up to and use as an example to adhere to. I've listened to multiple presentations over the last few days, and I'm amazed at the experience and enthusiasm that exists in the Bow Valley. We have heard from professionals, academics, business owners, athletes, recreationists, and engaged, thoughtful young people. There's no doubt in my mind that the answers to many of these challenging issues lies right here within our community. We just need to tease it out of those that live here. I encourage the Town Council and TSMV to go back to the drawing board and continue to work with targeted stakeholders towards creating ASPs that address these issues in a more sustainable way. Thank you for your time.
Thanks very much, Jay, for joining in today and sharing that well-informed perspective. I remember that Bear Conference. I think it was the first year I was the mayor, and I was invited to attend and spoke with a number of bear specialists that were there from other parts of the world. And I recall feeling a sense of pride about how well Canmore has seen to be done, has been doing. So thanks for reminding us of that. Are there questions from members of council for Mr. Honeyman? And I see none. We're not going to put you on the spot at all. So thank you for taking the time to join in this afternoon, Jay.
Thank you.
This time I'll ask that Nancy Pollard join us.
Okay, kind of bad timing. I'm sorry because my class has just come in, but they've told me they will all be very quiet. Yes, so I won't take up your time. I think you guys are amazing for being here for how many days. It is awesome. So thank you, and thank you for listening to everyone. And I would love to show you my class, but I'm not allowed, but they are amazing. And they have been sort of listening to what's going on as well. So to start, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for listening. I can't imagine how exhausted you all must be. My name is Nancy Pollard, and I acknowledge that I live, learn, and play on the traditional territories of the Stoney Nakoda, as well as the Blackfoot Confederacy, the Tsuut'ina Nation, the Métis Region 3, and all the people who make Treaty 7 region their home. I'm thankful that when John Snow spoke to you on Tuesday, he welcomed you to their lands. We as settlers here need to remember this. I have lived in Canmore for 25 years. When I moved here, there were no traffic lights in town, and a lot has changed since then. There have been many amazing things the town has done for the land, and many amazing things the town has done for the community. For example, the Civic Center was the first building in Canada to be LEED certified, I think. And more recently, in 2019, the town declared a climate emergency. And I would like to see Canmore making community-minded choices for our future and for future generations. I'm asking that the council turn down the Three Sisters Mountain Village ASP and the Smith Creek ASP. Without a doubt, wildlife is the most important reason to turn down the ASPs. The developer has created a much bigger plan than was proposed a few years ago. These new development plans take up more natural space so desperately needed by wildlife. I am a teacher and a student, and I'm learning from Indigenous knowledge and ways of knowing that is shared.
Sorry for the interruption again, students. Mitch LeBlanc to the gym, please.
Sorry.
Mitch LeBlanc to the gym.
Okay, we can wait.
Sorry.
We can wait.
The most important Indigenous lesson that we all need to learn and remember is that we are part of the ecosystem. We are not masters of it. We're supposed to look after the land, and these two proposals, in my opinion, are not looking after the land. If these developments go ahead as proposed, the earth will be even more out of balance than it is now. Town council must turn down these ASPs if we are going to try and restore our relationship with the earth and with each other. As I'm sure you all know, this is the time of year that the elk, or at least a few weeks ago, because they're gone now, the elk make their seasonal movements across the valley, down the Trans-Canada into the south-facing slopes and over to Wind Valley. And I've seen so many elk crossing the highway over the past month, and as well as crossing at Three Sisters intersection and the intersection at Cougar Creek. And I don't know if you guys remember last year when that herd of elk ran across the highway and about 10 or 12 were killed. And that was a very sad day. How can we afford to have more people with more cars killing more wildlife? We can't. The other day I saw a cougar dead on the side of the highway at the Three Sisters intersection. I think we need to do something to stop the wildlife being killed. Doubling the town population is not going to do this. As William Snow said last Tuesday, the Stoney Nakoda people can share knowledge of their ancestors, the land, and all the relations. And I agree with the Snow brothers who both said that little focus has been put on the traditional knowledge and perspective. The ASPs cannot be approved without consultation of the descendants who signed Treaty 7. Traffic flow is another reason why I think the town should turn down the proposed development. Before the town develops any more land, I think the traffic flow really needs to be figured out. We're almost at gridlock now with the many inefficient intersections. How can we manage even more than double the traffic? The idea that these two ASPs will more than double the town of Canmore's present population is ludicrous and completely out of sync with what the community wants, as we've heard over the days. How can 14,000 people in the town of Canmore be dictated by the two who own the Three Sisters? What happened to mining the future? I think that we need this community visioning process back, not the vision of just two people. As William Snow said, there are two very important voices missing from the ASPs, the voice of the wildlife and the voice of the Indigenous people. And I will add to this, the voices and vision of our youth are missing. Unfortunately, the decisions that you make falls on the youth. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Thanks for joining in. Are there any questions for Ms. Pollard? Seeing none, thanks very much for taking time out of your class to join in, and you can get back to teaching the next generation for us.
Okay, thank you. All right, you guys.
At this time, I'll ask that Dawn Lewis join in.
Hi there, my name is Dawn Lewis, and I had the privilege of growing up in Canmore and then returning to raise my family here. People have asked me, why am I speaking at this hearing? They say council's already made the decision. I hope with all my heart that that's not the case, and that our elected council hears and acts as the voice of the people of Canmore. We have so very much at stake. We can't go back if this development goes ahead. We're at a tipping point. This is far bigger than you or I. It's bigger than landowner or developer. Do we truly mean what we say when we talk about what's important, or is it all lip service? The climate emergency, undermining and liability, the amazing animals that grace us with their presence, our community fabric. What is our future Canmore going to look like? Is it still going to be a place where people want to make their home and raise families? Will visitors still come from all over the world to experience what the Bow Valley can provide? Or are we determined to destroy it? Have any of you been downtown on a weekend? Our town is not set up to have that many people or that much traffic. How is it going to look with the proposed population increase? How many locals will make the decision to move away because of this? Why are we entertaining this proposal at all, let alone with a company that has a proven track record of bankruptcy and ownership juggling? Still scratching my head over that. Sinkholes, we have them already and taxpayers are on the hook. You'll be condemning future generations to costs associated with the failures. Not cool. I implore you, say no to TSMV, preserve what we have before it's too late. And we're all standing around pondering, how did we let this happen? Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions this time for Ms. Lewis? Seeing none, thank you for taking the time to join in and share your perspective.
Thank you.
This time I'll ask Allison Penny to join in.
Allison has yet to join. Next on the list is Jane Keast.
Okay, I'll ask Jane Keast to join in.
Hello.
Hello,
Hey, okay, sorry, technical difficulties.
no problem.
Okay. So before I officially begin, I want to thank you for listening to so many residents and experts. I'll put my granny glasses on. I'm proud of the many who have taken the time and energy by sharing the weight of these large applications being presented to town as a whole. So the burden does not rest only on the shoulders of council and town staff. So good afternoon, and I echo you and other presenters in acknowledging we are on the Treaty 7 territory lands. I wish to reflect and acknowledge the details from many before me who have a deeper grasp on specific areas of concern. It is still important for the layperson such as myself to also be heard and to share the facts that have had significant impact, confirming my initial and now deeper concerns. I first arrived in the Bow Valley almost 40 years ago. My children were born here, and they have chosen to raise their families here. The lack of collaboration with the Stoney Nakoda Nation as these ASPs were prepared is an astounding omission. Words are mouthed regularly to state the First Nations and Métis valued status, but as we know, actions speak louder than words. We are blessed to live here and have access to these lands that have been under their stewardship long before the town was founded. And I need say no more on this critical exclusion. There is a significant lack of sufficient emergency evacuation routes for the number of residences and tourist accommodations in these applications. The increased risk of fires and flooding as the climate changes require proper planning, and I feel this has been considerably disregarded. The town of Canmore has acknowledged the climate crisis. These two ASPs increase the carbon footprint. I'm grateful there's been a pause to the gateway, which is tied in with the Smith Creek ASP. The increased traffic that will occur regularly on Three Sisters Drive is a concern. The proposed 30% using walkways, bike paths, and taxpayer-funded public transit into the town core is a pretty vision, but it's not realistic. Of course, this is alleviated if the developments follow the pattern of current Three Sisters, meaning the majority of residences are not permanent homes for local employees within this town. Already, we know families either don't move here initially due to the cost or have relocated to Cochrane and areas. This contributes to the increased carbon footprints associated directly with Canmore. We lose the community lifestyle when their children and youth are not residing here. My long-term friends living in Banff reflect on the changes in our two communities, noting the gentrification of Canmore, while Banff's permanent residents have a deeper community, which is a product of their limits on vacation home ownership and maintaining town boundaries, albeit with the national park status assisting. We can set similar limitations in Canmore. Thankfully, there's many people I know realizing they missed their opportunity to purchase here years ago also don't want these developments. They recognize the permanent destruction to what endears them to visit. Garrett Thompson professionally related to his conversations of 30 years ago on this regard. All current and future applications need to include a larger majority of affordable and attractive housing restricted for those employed within the town, within an acceptable and safe geographic area that abides by the municipal plan. To quote others, we have a limited sandbox within which to do so. And regardless, TSMV is not that safe location. I do not believe it's wise to expand boundaries for development within the valley, hence requiring a need to make better use of what we have without losing precious green spaces. This is an immense task, but this is an opportunity for Canmore to reconsider our priorities. The ASPs project 10% of attainable affordable housing, not matching the town's own 20% minimum target. We need to revisit and tweak the environmental and socioeconomic aspects required of municipal and consequent development plans. The 28-year projection timeline needs to be reduced. We have all witnessed the many changes within and beyond human control that will require flexibility that can't be accommodated if such long-term approvals are in place. We must also give wildlife a wide, unencumbered span. We would have such a positive impact on not only our town, but others who would want to emulate us. I'm also concerned with the recent provincial budget, which has reduced infrastructure funding for municipalities by 25%. This is a fiscal impact, and there is a reputable analogy that suburban sprawl is like a Ponzi scheme. When a developer contributes a Mercedes, the town must replace it with a Mercedes. And the cycle continues with new development to fund repairs to existing infrastructure. Property taxes are already considered high here. Not only young families, but current long-term resident seniors fortunate to have homes here on fixed incomes may be forced out. The potential for sinkholes and expensive damages, as has been professionally presented by Jerry Stevenson and others of high regard, is a real threat. I join neighbors who believe we need to honor Jerry's legacy and his dedication. It is a grave concern the developer's liability has only a 2-year span, but the engineers involved in the development have a 10-year liability. It is not the responsibility of existing property owners to compensate a developer's speculative purchases. We don't owe them the right to develop in ways counterintuitive to municipal plans. The history of receivership, bankruptcy, and various ownership of the TSMV speaks to the questionable fiscal viability. They want more residential than commercial components, the opposite of what the town financially expects and needs. Lands deemed safe for only a golf course cannot miraculously become safe for homes and children's playgrounds. Witnessing the sinkhole at Durgas Gate should be the reminder for us all. And Jim Ridley enlightened us all on the perceived danger for the golf courses on the undermined land and the unusual steps taken to mitigate. To see the TSMV involvement with the quarry ownership and the provincial government's shifting of adjacent wildlife conservation area boundary is another cause to pause. Development plans around those areas were removed following the 2013 flood. The town of Canmore has the rightful power to decline these two applications. A significant grassroots movement amongst Canadians wish to protect environments, ecosystems, wildlife, and human health. We are at a critical tipping point in this valley. One direction will forever destroy what is so sacred here. The approved expansions at Silvertip and Spring Creek will potentially increase our population significantly. It will be prudent to pause any further developments until we experience the actual reality of these. 2 examples, Penticton and Kelowna walked the talk. They recently declined large development applications that had been in the works for years. Their reasons include infrastructure concerns and environmental impacts. And Bragg Creek, facing similar development stresses, recently publicly stated they don't want to become another Canmore. Ouch, that hurts. That really hurts. The citizens of Canmore, the ecosystems, and the wildlife deserve another inclusive Mining the Future dialogue. We want to speak for those who don't have a voice. I would also note that this era of Zoom meetings due to COVID is not when we should be making such a critical decision. And neither is it appropriate before our upcoming municipal elections. Now, dear to my heart, wildlife. Without repeating the experts, in summary, I wish to remind everyone of the initial recommended width and slope considerations for a healthy and successful wildlife corridor. It was still sacrificing the wildlife, and how these applications diminish it significantly, including the much less than 100-meter width adjacent to the highway underpass. Will the proposed fencing be the financial responsibility of the developer in perpetuity, or the taxpayer's responsibility? The relocation of the most used wildlife underpass does not have the support of experts well-versed in this topic. I thank John Marriott for his presentation and ongoing education. Recent wildlife losses have brought many to tears and reinforced a determination to speak louder on their behalves.
Excuse me, Ms. Keith, this is your 9-minute time check.
Yep, and I'm just about done. Thank you. The current records of the collared wildlife indicate the importance of the south side of the valley for the Y2Y corridor. This is evident in the tracking data collected and publicly shared. There are so many more concerns individually sufficient to cause the decline. I also trust that the applicant is being given the maximum 10 minutes to present at this public hearing. I ask the town in closing to act on behalf of the many residents who have invested time and energy in voicing valid concerns with the 2 applications, to ponder what legacy will be here for our children and future generations of wildlife, ecosystems, and humans, I ask the town to respect and honor the First Nations and their knowledge of and history on these lands involved. It's not a case of NIMBY. It's a cry to protect the wildlife, environment, and fiscal restraint to avoid costly financial liability related to the known undermining risks that would fall to the owners of property in Canmore. The only viable option is to turn down both applications. And I thank you for listening. I guess that's my, sorry, the dogs have agreed.
Great, thank you very much for presenting. Are there any questions from members of council for Ms. Keast? Seeing none, again, thank you for taking the time to join us this afternoon.
Their timing was just so perfect.
Yeah, they were well controlled.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
This time I'll ask that Allison Penny join in. Hello.
Hi there.
Hi.
Oh, okay, great, lovely. Mayor Borman and council, thank you so much for the privilege of being able to talk today. I do not support these ASPs by the Three Sisters Mountain Village. The sheer magnitude and the scope of such a giant development on heavily undermined land set in the middle of a critical wildlife corridor is, to me, untenable. And how these ASPs align with the Canmore MDP and a vision of our future, I just don't see any match at all. And then once again, due to the terrain of the development and the distance from town center, the number of vehicles is more than likely to develop along with the population. And I don't understand how this mitigates our climate emergency that we've declared. So and there's just all kinds of wonderful ideas that and concerns that have been expressed by others. So I'm not going to go there, but I do want to emphasize the things that I believe that we can do, and some of which we're already doing. The one is council continuing to increase the density of our existing footprint. I think you're doing a fabulous job of that, and I would love to see more of that. I think that's the way of the future for us. I think we do need to come up with some way of dealing with the plethora of empty homes. You mentioned earlier, Mayor Borman, that we're not able to add a tax, but Vancouver has a municipal tax that they have for empty homes. And it works beautifully. And the reason that they implemented it was to create more rental properties for people. And that's exactly what it did. Plus, it reduced the amount of money being charged for rental properties because there was more available. And it only actually was paid by less than 1% of the population. So it was really, and the money that they raised for it went to develop more affordable housing in the area. So it was just it was a win-win-win for everybody. I also loved the idea and support it wholeheartedly, the idea of the town buying this property. When I first heard it, I thought, oh, that's a lot. But you know what? I think that would be such a wonderful direction for us to go, because I do support development, just not of this magnitude. And I think it needs to be very, very thoughtfully done, because I see us as stewards of the land. So it's not about the NIMBY thing, it's about what is the best thing for the future, for our future vision of Canmore. And I think if we don't have a good idea of what that is, how do the developers come up with a model that's going to work if we don't have a great and firm vision that's written out for them to follow? So I think the town needs to do its homework. I think we need to create a solid and sound vision of what we want Canmore to be, so that then the developers can, if we're going to have it developed, can take our cue from that. So thank you so much for your time, for all the days that you've put in, for your numb bum, numb brain, and I really appreciate all the work you're doing.
Thank you very much for being here. And I'll note, as I have with previous speakers, in regards to the BC tax regulations, unfortunately, that's not what you've described is not legal in Alberta. So you'd best bring that up with Premier Kenney or your MLA. We don't have those taxation rules in Alberta, so it's not possible. Are there questions from members of council for Ms. Penny? I see none, so thanks very much for taking the time to join in today.
Thank you very much for your time.
And with that, I will look to Brian Webster join in.
Okay. All right. Can you hear me and see me?
Yes.
Great. I'm always surprised when that happens.
It's happened pretty much every time for the last 5 days.
All righty. So I imagine by this time that there's nothing that I can say that you have not heard already, but perhaps I can provide a slightly different perspective to some of the issues. My name is Brian Webster. I was born in Canmore. I've lived here my whole life and I've raised a family here. And I think it's fair to say that I love the Valley. I love this town. I, of course, have an opinion on how this development will affect me personally, both negatively and hopefully positively. But right now, I want to focus on two concerns that I believe will have very far-reaching negative effects on not only the town and everybody in the town, but the whole valley and the ecosystem. The first concern is the issue of wildlife corridors. Pardon me, the first issue is the concern of effective wildlife corridors. I am quite certain that most Canadians want to see effective wildlife movement through the Bow Valley. However, I really don't believe that anybody completely understands what constitutes an effective wildlife corridor in this region. The science is not complete and there are just too many variables. Variables such as what type of species, what season it is, how wide should it be, how steep should it be, does it have a hard border, does it have a soft border, if it's a hard border, should it be fenced? And as we have recently seen, one of the variables seems to me like who the wildlife consultants are working for. The point here is that there is high risk. There's high risk of getting it wrong. I don't think any of us want to see that, but there's also very high uncertainty. A comment was made last week in this forum when a person that I respect a lot, and I think he has a firm understanding of all the issues, when referencing a wildlife mitigation in the Golder Report, and the comment was, yeah, that might work. That might work. When it comes to something as important as an effective wildlife corridor in the Bow Valley, I think we have to do better than that. I know very little about wildlife corridors, but I do know something about managing risk and uncertainty. There are many industries in the world that deal with these concepts on a daily basis. And the common theme with these high risk, high uncertainty industries is that they make decisions and they operate with a wide margin for error. And that's what you have to do, or that's what Canmore has to do. We have to make decisions with a wide margin for error. Because if you allow development right up to the edge of the corridor and you get it wrong, there's no going back. You have painted yourself into a corner. If on the other hand, you create a soft border and find in the future that it's not required, then at least you have some options. The second concern that I have that I would like to address is the issue of undermining. I had no idea how significant the undermining was in this area until I did some reading. And I suppose in hindsight, I shouldn't have been surprised knowing that there was over 100 years of underground coal mining in that area. But holy smokes, talk about high risk, high financial risk for Canadians and high uncertainty. The only thing that we know for sure is that if we get it wrong, it's going to be expensive. The SP talks about maintaining liability insurance for 10 years, I believe. The buildings that get built there will be there forever. And the question I have is, are you prepared to state that if the undermined area is developed, that nothing will happen in the next 100 years or 200 years? The financial risk is huge, and it will not be the developer that assumes that risk.
Oh.
I want to finish by relating these two issues, the undermining issue and the wildlife corridor issue, to two previous developments in Canmore. The first is Rundle View, which is contiguous with the Canmore Nordic Center Provincial Park. This area was developed, I believe, in the early 80s, and it was an area that had undermining issues. The decision makers of the day chose not to develop over top of the known undermined areas. And 40 years later, to my knowledge, there's been no undermining issues at all in that neighborhood. And if you know that neighborhood, you'll probably appreciate that it's one of the most desirable communities in Canmore. Why? Because of all the green space that was created where no development was permitted. I don't think wildlife corridors were even considered back then in the early 80s, but the wildlife seems to move through that neighborhood unimpeded, probably because of the associated green space. The second development I want to reference is Cougar Creek. This is a development that was built on an alluvial fan. Another high risk, high financial risk development with high uncertainty. And despite some discussions to the contrary, back in the 80s when they were developing this area, the decision was made to develop the entire area. The floods of 2013 showed us that this was probably a poor decision. The costs related to this disaster are in the multiple tens of millions of dollars, and it's the taxpayers of Canada that incurred those costs. So I think we can kind of think about this when we start to make decisions about developing the undermined area in Three Sisters and the huge financial risk that you may be undertaking and what might happen, not just 10 years from now, but 100 years from now or 200 years from now even. The one thing we know is that once things are developed, there's no moving back. We're not taking that development out of there. One final comment. I've lived through every major development in Canmore, starting in the 1980s. And what I truly believe separates the Three Sisters Mountain Village development from the many earlier ones is that the valley now has very little freeboard to absorb mistakes. We're almost at capacity. So for this development, we have to get it right. And with respect to the wildlife corridors and the undermining, the risk is so high and the uncertainty is so high that we have to make decisions and err on the side of uncertainty. Thanks for listening.
Well, thank you for speaking. I will note that there was a subsidence in Rundleview subdivision adjacent to condominium project up at the top end of Evergreen Circle. I don't recall exactly when, but let's say 10 years or so ago. It was a shaft that opened up and exposed the corner of the foundation, but other than that, there was no damage to property, and it was dealt with by the condominium association and the province and the town working together. So just that slight correction.
No, okay. And as I understood it too, they made a decision to not develop in known undermined areas. And I think maybe your comment illustrates the uncertainty of developing in that type of area. And so high caution and high degree of making decisions with a high margin of error, I think, are the point here.
Right, you are. Are there questions at this time for Mr. Webster? I see none, so I thank you very much for taking the time to join us today, Brian.
Thank you.
And at this time, I'll ask Jill Branson to join in.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you, Mayor Borman. I will start my presentation. Thank you. My name is Jill Branson, and I am a 20-year resident of Canmore. I will introduce myself fully in a moment. Oh, I think we have the wrong screen, don't I?
I wouldn't know.
Are you seeing, is the right one? Thank you.
Says Canmore public hearing.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Borman and councillors, for this opportunity to speak. For most of you, this is my second time before you in the last 5 years. Again, I am compelled to speak out because I don't feel heard. This time, the matter forever changes the fabric of this community. I am not here to offer solutions. I leave that to the experts, of which Canmore is supported by many. I also present this to TSMV as I know they are watching, and I hope they are listening. I have read the 2 resort ASPs that are the subject of this public hearing. I'm opposed to bylaw 2021-05, Three Sisters Village Area Structure Plan, and bylaw 2021-06, Smith Creek Area Structure Plan. I also appreciate the original storytellers of this land, Treaty 7. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that we live, work, and play on the traditional territories of the Blackfoot Confederacy, the Tsuut'ina, the Nakota, and Métis, and all the people who make their homes in the Treaty 7 region of Alberta. It is important to me to recognize Treaty 7 because relationships today between Indigenous peoples and non-Indigenous peoples should be forged with the 7th generation principle in mind. The 7th generation principle is based on an ancient Haudenosaunee philosophy that the decisions we make today should result in a sustainable world 7 generations into the future. By my estimate, that takes us to approximately the year 2170. Can you envision this place 150 years into the future, given how much change we've experienced in the last 5, 10, and even 50 years? I also thank photographer and author Stephen Legault for letting me use many of his images, and to the countless people who have inspired me. I begin with a quote which states, "The looming climate catastrophe can only be averted by governments, businesses, and individuals across the planet working together to halt and reverse the destruction of natural habitats." I'm a native Calgarian, and I have lived in Canmore since 2001. Since 2005, my partner, who is a local business owner, and I continue to pay for our home situated on the alluvial fan of Cougar Creek, built 14 years before the 1992 NRCB report. We are also blessed with 2 children. Over the past 20 years, I have witnessed many changes to this family-friendly, leisurely paced town. There was even a time when it took little effort to find parking on Main Street. When I first arrived, the downtown Civic Center was a few years into the future, and Elevation Place was not even a concept. It hasn't been easy to follow my dream and live and raise my family here. I struggle with the question of how much longer my family and I can hold out. We would like to thrive, but we definitely are not. It gets harder for us every day. The new proposed developments by TSMV are game changers for us personally, politically, financially, and beyond. I fear we may be soon in search of a new place to call home. Here are some experiences that haven't shaped Canadian economist Mark Carney's perspective that led him to write his book, Values, Building a Better World for All. But they have shaped mine in this place I call home. I have seen Three Sisters area morph and change from Mozart on the Mountains to the sinkhole on the Three Sisters Parkway. I've watched firsthand the construction of Crossbow Complex, and at the time, I didn't have sufficient funds for any kind of a down payment there. As well, I watched the Durgas Gate and surrounding neighborhoods appear and how that forever changed Canmore's landscapes. And it now equates to me to a full 28-kilometer excursion for my kids' play date there and back twice over. Each year, I see less and less wildlife and hear more about troubling wildlife encounters. In 2005, many of us recall the bear who was relocated too many times from Silvertip Golf Course, and that killed Isabelle Dubé, lest we forget them both. Briefly, from 2007 to 2008, I grappled with my own conflicting values when I worked for a TSMB real estate developer and had my carefully crafted sales pitch ready when asked about the great commercial tourist amenities planned, and that never came to fruition, as well as the undermining. Then in 2012, I witnessed the erosion of Cougar Creek's banks and its newly paved pathway, which became a distant memory for most after the epic flood of 2013. And now this, I no longer can stand by and just watch. Climate change and the development of TSMB lands affects me and my family mentally, emotionally, financially, and morally. I care about my kids' future and the future of this community. I am here to uphold my duty as a citizen to advance the public good and protect what we have for generations to come. We need to be the voice for the forests, the animals, and stand guard for Alberta, Canada, and this planet. Mayor and councils, you yourselves declared Canmore's state of climate emergency and made it your top priority. That was a year and a half ago in October 2019. Will you merely pay it lip service, or will you really do what you said you would do? Since 2018, how many citizens have committed to use sustainable modes for 40% of their trips within the community as spelled out in the 2018 Climate Action Plan? Is that even realistic? I would like to take this opportunity to request the letter written by Mayor Borman to Premier Kenney on climate change be made public. I also request that any PDF documents posted on the town's website that are not searchable, including the 239-page 1992 NRCB number 9103 application to construct a recreational and tourism project in the town of Canmore, be OCR'd immediately to facilitate searchability. This is 2021 and we have the technology. TSMB offers tokens of environmental initiatives, but a development of this magnitude will have lasting effects, particularly to Canmore's already fragile ecosystem. It is inconceivable how 14,000 more people and big empty houses can address any climate change initiatives, never mind a state of emergency. The urgency to address climate change increases daily, and we're no longer just talking about ozone layers. This is a new era, and we need to adapt now and not embrace the urban sprawl. To once again paraphrase Mark Carney, this hearing offers the prospect for a great reset of municipal and corporate strategies that will fight climate change in earnest. Instead of polarized governance, I suggest a more modern approach, apolitical decision-making, a collaborative way of governing, emphasizing moral values and true sustainability. Do you stand with Mark Carney on his mission to face climate change head on and echo his voice that there are no half measures when it comes to climate change? It is evident from the volume, passion, and quality of submissions at this public hearing that the citizens of Canmore are on that same mission. And we ask you to lead with traits like solidarity and responsibility that can result in decisions being made on the basis of human and wildlife compassion on multiple levels and not just financial optimization. My family asks you to stand behind the choices you made for us in regard to climate change. As noted on CTV News, you have three options. You request changes, to approve, or to outright deny TSMB's application originally approved as a recreational and tourism project in the town of Canmore. I also ask that you and future incumbents lead by the example set for us by the original storytellers of this land, the Indigenous people of Canada. On the basis of climate change alone, I oppose TSMB's ASPs. We can't stop the tourists from coming, and indeed, we don't want to. However, we can educate them.
Excuse
me. TSMB
this is your 9-minute time check.
The TSMB tourist project will not improve this community's quality of life, but it may force me, my family, and countless others to move from Canmore. We cannot build without destroying natural habitats. And just because something is possible doesn't make it optimal. And perhaps in the eyes of TSMV, this is an instance of stranded assets. I implore Canmore's current council to oppose the two ASPs outright and make the choice to not build where we should not. The community of Cougar Creek was built on the alluvial fan against the scientific evidence to not build there, and we now pay the price. We are all stewards of this land, and we have the means, the know-how, and the willpower to address human-induced climate change. A 30-year string of bad choices led us to this fork in the road, and now we have a lot more science and hindsight. Let's use it wisely. The right decisions will be difficult, and we do stand with you in support. Moral victories of the right kind will lead us to a rosier legacy in history. In closing, I would like to continue to live, work, and play in this Treaty 7 region of the Southern Alberta for now and for my family's 7 generations into the future. Please say no to TSMV's proposals and let's roll up our sleeves and work together at all levels of government, businesses, and beyond to do our not so small but important work for our planet. Maybe Mark Carney will even come and hang a commemorative plaque with us that says the future is right here at home. Councils, do not pave paradise. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Branson. Are there questions this time from members of council for Ms. Branson? I see none, so thank you very much for taking the time to prepare such a detailed presentation and to share it with council today.
Thank you, Mayor Borman.
And at this time, I'll ask that Bruce McKenzie join in.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Bruce McKenzie. Thank you for taking the time. I know it's been a long road for you folks, so hopefully this will be a little bit different presentation than you've been hearing. I'm an architect. I have about 40 years of experience in Alberta, and I have many projects that I've done in Canmore. I'm very proud and pleased to say that I've been a homeowner in Canmore for 20 years. I'm going to speak very briefly today in support of the TSMV and Smith Creek ASPs. My main reason for this is housing choices and broadening the spectrum of housing options in Canmore. I think the best way to tell my story is just to say that when my wife and I bought our condominium at Crossbow Landing 20 years ago, it was $200 a square foot. And recently our neighbors sold their larger condominium in that project for $550 a square foot. The cost of construction has definitely increased over that time, but the truth is this is purely a supply and demand problem. My wife and I have a love affair with Canmore. We hope and dream that one day we can live there full time. We have used our condominium extensively, offered it to our friends to use, and really enjoyed it. It provided a place of rest. It provided a ski chalet for our 3 children and a lot of fun over the years for a great many people. I want to tell a story. Another small story is that my daughter recently made us parents, and she and her husband, she's a childcare worker. She makes $15 an hour, sometimes 16 when the government tops up her pay. He's a Red Seal carpenter, and he makes $38 an hour, and combined they make $52,000 a year. Recently, when they were out to visit us, a contractor that was working on a home that we were involved with said to my son-in-law, "Come on out here. We really need people like you." And I just ask you to think about that. $38 an hour is a pretty good wage, but $52,000 a year between 2 people who, by the way, both have careers that could be very beneficial to Canmore. cannot afford to live in Canmore. So my wife and I are thinking about, do we want to stick around? Can we afford to even stick around in Canmore? We'd love to have our grandchildren around us, but is Canmore just going to become a town for the rich and famous, and those that have, and those that don't want others to have? The TSMV and Smith Creek Village ASPs address the need for diversity, affordability in rental and ownership markets by providing more options and choice. They create supply and pave the way for a healthier, more inclusive municipality. I, for one, want to know as I grow older in Canmore that there will be young people to wait on tables, serve me a cold beer, and yes, even look after me in the seniors' home, if that's where I'm going to be. I can remind you the current population of Canada over 65 years is 8 million, and in 30 years, this is going to double to 16 million. And many of them will want to live in Canmore. Your Worship and council members, you have the future of one of the most beautiful places in the world in your hands. And I implore you, let's not make it just a place for the wealthy, the privileged, and those that already have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions for Mr. McKenzie from members of council? Seeing none, thank you for taking the time to join in today. I certainly appreciate hearing your perspective. And I appreciate that you took the time to bring it to council.
Thank you very much, Mayor Borman. And may I say, you've been a great mayor.
Well, thank you. Now I'm blushing. Thank you, sir.
Stand by. I think we lost the mayor.
Councillor Seeley, I believe you're deputy mayor if you want to take over.
Sure. Hopefully John's back soon. Who's our next speaker?
Bruce Keith.
Mr. Keith, welcome.
Well, thank you, Councillor Seeley. It's a real pleasure to be here today. Hello, John Borman, wherever you are, and other councillors. My name is Bruce Keith, and I've been a resident of Canmore for 26 years. I have read both the ASPs, and I'm with you today to speak in opposition to the related bylaws before you. And thank you, Mayor and Council, for giving first reading to the two bylaws. By doing so, you have allowed this public hearing to take place, thereby facilitating a townwide conversation about what we, as residents of Canmore, want our town to be in 5, 10, 25 years and beyond. Democracy like what you've created with this process is hard to beat. I'd even say award-worthy. And thanks to all those who have spoken in this hearing today. Your expertise, passion, and willingness to speak up is much appreciated. Like many Canmore residents, I initially moved here with my family for work, to be close to the wonderful landscape, and to take advantage of the amazing outdoor recreation possibilities so close by. We definitely found all that, plus we found something even more important, an inspiring, diverse, and friendly community, highly committed to retaining as many of the values and authentic experiences that make our town the best place in the world to live. As for the matter at hand, I don't have the depth of expertise that many individuals have generously shared with us on the variety of issues raised by the ASPs. But while I'm not an expert in any of these topics, I feel at the same time it gives me the benefit of viewing the subject from a different perspective, and that being good old common sense. And when I view the issues through a common sense lens, all roads lead me to one inescapable question: why? Why would you approve either of these ASPs? Maybe if the development proposed in the ASPs had some chance of reducing the human-caused impacts of climate change, you might look at them favorably, especially given your climate emergency declaration. But with the inevitable adding of more people, buildings, cars, trucks, buses, and human activity to this valley, if the ASPs were to be approved, there's no chance that such a reduction will result. In fact, common sense tells me that the more people and more cars, et cetera, that are here are sure to contribute to more negative climate impacts, not positive impacts. Or maybe if it was totally certain that building on the undermined land on the partly finished golf course would not result in one or more collapses over future years, leading to the possible loss of buildings, people, infrastructure, and Canmore taxpayer money, you might look at the ASPs favorably. But at this point, there's no certainty to the avoidance of one or more catastrophic events on that land going forward. And I submit that certainty on that will never exist, regardless of how many expert studies are done. And what of the adequacy of the wildlife corridors proposed, not to mention the appropriateness, effectiveness, and maintenance cost of the proposed wildlife fence? Regarding the corridor size question, different experts appear to be giving you different opinions. And realistically speaking, I'd say there's no real way for you to accurately judge which experts are right. Only time and the animals would provide an answer to that question. But with a decision so important, and one that will be impossible to reverse once made, common sense and prudence tells me you should decide that even the widest corridor width suggested to date will be too small. By doing so, the worst criticism you'd endure in time would be that you erred, but on the side of caution. Then there's the issue of the congestion impacts of increased motorized traffic on the roads leading into and through Canmore. If you approve the two ASPs, significant motorized traffic increases are 100% certain. My guess is that Canmore residents would tell you overwhelmingly that we already have too much traffic on our roads, with more such traffic surely coming in the years ahead from already approved increases in Canmore residential housing like in Spring Creek Mountain Village, not to mention from the ever increasing tourism traffic. Residents don't want more cars, et cetera, on our streets. We want less. So common sense tells me that approving the ASP has got to be a total non-starter. As for the potential impacts that approving the ASPs would have on our town's finances, common sense is telling me that we should all be very nervous. If you had one or more trusted studies that clearly showed there would be a significant net positive financial benefit to the town and Canmore taxpayers from the development proposed in the ASPs, then approving them might be a cause for some consideration. But in the absence of such positive bottom line studies, why would you approve the ASPs? The property tax increases in the town in recent years, including the relatively large 4.9% increase you approved for 2021, are already becoming too burdensome for some Canmore residents. And if more and higher tax increases were to come in the years ahead if the ASPs were implemented, that would inevitably force some current residents on the financial bubble to sadly leave Canmore for somewhere more affordable. For me, the bottom line is that there are way too many real and potential negative impacts of the ASPs on Canmore and its residents, with no realistic way to resolve many of the uncertainties involved. So my common sense has led me to the following 4 suggestions. Number 1, just say no to both ASPs and tell TSMV that you have no intention of entertaining another Smith Creek ASP anytime in the future. And as a side note to that, there's no need to hold a plebiscite on the matter. You were elected to make such decisions, and if there was ever any doubt, this hearing has made it crystal clear that the town's residents are decidedly against the development proposed in the ASPs. Number 2, assuming TSMV still has the legal right to develop the Three Sisters Mountain Resort ASP land as per what council approved back in 2004, simply tell TSMV they can proceed on that basis, with perhaps whatever affordable housing, residential tied to commercial and industrial phasing, as well as Indigenous tribal approvals, you can convince them to retrofit into that 2004 plan. If TSMV comes back to you and says they can't proceed because it won't be profitable for them, well, so be it. The current owners presumably bought the company on the speculation they could find a way to make developing the ASP lands profitable. If in their opinion that's no longer possible, all one can say is that they made a business decision that didn't pan out. Canmore doesn't owe them anything but fair due process, and you've definitely given them that. And if TSMV were to truly abandon their 2004 plan, press hard to find a way to make them an offer for the town, from the town to buy the lands involved. That way, the town will get complete control over what happens or doesn't happen on that land going forward. Number 3, make it known to anyone that asks that council approving a bylaw for any new large residential development in Canmore is off the table permanently. And number 4, decide as a council that going forward, your and town administration's time and energy, as well as the use of our taxpayer money, will be focused on making our town an even better place for current residents to live in, work, and recreate. My sense is that enough time, human energy, and taxpayer money has been spent over the last 2 to 3 decades on seemingly endless rounds of visioning exercises, studies, ASP reviews, public hearings, etc., etc. I suspect that most residents have had more than enough of all of that. Plus, you've now heard clearly what Canmore residents who care to speak up actually do want. And honestly, how much new information will come forward through yet another round of public consultation and input. Let's just step back and take a very long break from going over that same ground again and again. Instead, let's agree on using our town's limited and finite resources for the benefit of current town residents, and not for the benefit of land developers and the thousands of people we've never met that the developers' plans, if approved, would bring to Canmore. We have a very special town, a beautiful valley, and a wonderful community. We can and must do everything possible to keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Are there any questions at this time for Mr. Keith? I see none, so thank you for preparing such a well-considered and fulsome presentation for council today.
Thanks for the opportunity.
You bet. This time I'm going to call a short break, 5-minute break, and when we return, I'll ask Becky Takahashi to join in. But we will reassemble at 3:50. Are we all reassembled? Well, some of us are assembled, so we'll proceed. I'm going to ask Becky to wait one more speaker and ask Brendan Flowers to join us at this time. If he's there.
Apologies, I think he might have dropped off. I guess we'll go with Becky and then we'll get Brendan in minute.
Maybe he can call back in. In which case, thank you. We'll ask Becky to join in now.
Oh, there we go. Sorry. You guys are giving me a heart attack. It's my turn. It's not my turn. It's my turn.
Yeah, well, there's some backroom scrambling going on here.
That's okay. I really appreciate this time and that you're giving us an opportunity to share how we feel about it. So good afternoon and thank you, Mayor Borman and council members. Thank you for a few minutes of your time in what's been a very long week, I'm sure, but we do appreciate that we have this opportunity. My name is Becky Takahashi, and I'm an 11-year full-time resident of Canmore. My husband, Earl, has lived here full-time for almost 20 years, and our 5-year-old son, Ellis, was proudly born and raised in Canmore. I have glanced through the ASPs, but I've not read them in their entirety, but I'm not in favor of moving forward with them as presented. I have no new facts to share with you. I have no new numbers or stats on the risks of building on mined lands, of the need for wildlife corridors, of fire evacuation plans, of increased taxes, of our declared climate crisis, of long-term liability, or of the need for more affordable housing that you haven't already heard from a long line of passionate and well-educated people. So I'll leave those facts and figures to the experts. But despite my nerves, I've been inspired by this community to include my voice and to speak from my heart about the future of Canmore. We consider ourselves very lucky to be homeowners here, and we worked hard to be able to do so. We chose Canmore for a number of reasons. This gorgeous small town, mountain town, just far enough away from the bustle of the big city that gives us quick access to the Rocky Mountains and all the fun and enjoyment they provide. A place to raise our son that supports the values of environmental respect and responsibility, hard work and being an active citizen, values that were definitely held by kiddos like Aloya and Will, who you heard from a few days ago. Canmore is a supportive community with a healthy young population, which I hope will have the opportunity to see their future here as well. I'm not opposed to the community growing and expanding. I acknowledge that I live here because the town has expanded as it has. So it's certainly not fair to suggest that no one else can enjoy what we do. But as some of my fellow citizens have expressed to you, and to quote Sheila Churchill, I am in favor of well-planned, respectful, and sustainable development. Not to the scale and pace proposed by TSMV, but growth that is mindful and respectful of our natural areas with far fewer red flags in the process. To also quote Harvey Locke from earlier today, this project is too big, too dense, and too risky. From what I've read and from the hours of presentations I've watched over the last few days as well, I feel that the many and far-reaching issues and concerns that the proposal presents to our community, to the Stoney Nakoda, to our neighbors, and to those creatures with which we share the space come with far too many risks to move forward with. My plea is but an echo of the many opponents to this proposal you've already heard from, and I applaud their amazing efforts. I hope you truly hear and see how this community feels and make a decision that you and the future residents of Canmore can be proud of. This is a legacy-making decision. I thank you for your time, and I wish you good luck in the rest of this process and with your final decision.
Thank you very much, Becky, for joining in, and I'm looking to the rest of council. See if there's any questions. Councillor Comfort.
I just wanted to compliment you on your presentation. You mentioned at the beginning you were very nervous, so you did very well.
Thank you.
Yes, indeed. There appears to be no questions though, so thank you so much for taking the time to join in, and hey, say hi to Earl for us.
I will. Thank you.
And at this point, I will invite Brendan Flowers to join in as soon as he's connected. I have to be really nice to Dr. Flowers because he's my doctor. I don't want him to keep me waiting. So, Brendan, please join in.
Hello, hello. Well, that was impeccable timing. I literally just logged in and here I am. So thanks very much for taking the time and doing all the hard listening that you guys are doing. So as mentioned, my name is Brendan Flowers. I'm a practicing family physician in Canmore for the past 6 years. And indeed, to the best of my ability, I have read the 2 proposed ASPs. Over the past 6 years, I've had the fortune of living, owning, and working in this incredible valley. I practice family medicine and low-risk obstetrics here, so I've also had the honor and pleasure of watching numerous families grow and mature. For many years, I've listened to patients and families' appreciation for this valley and the community. However, on a more frequent basis now, I listen to people's struggles, difficulties, and concerns with its directions. How living in the Bow Valley is increasingly stressful for their families, stressed about their finances, stressed about the increasingly transient nature of the community, stressed about job security. I don't plan to reiterate all the same points you've been hearing for multiple days. I wholeheartedly agree with all the major points that have been made in opposition of the ASP. I will, however, try to make a few other points in opposition, and then we'll end with something more entertaining and hopefully reflective. When reading through the TSMB website and other formal documents, I noticed a few things. Right in the fiscal impact assessment, they actually acknowledge that permanent population grew by 1.8% between 2000 and 2016, while at the same time, the non-permanent population grew by 5%. That's more than double. And that already in 2011, the non-permanent population was 33% of Canmore. This just is not sustainable for our community, regardless if the population is baby boomers, retirees, or work from homers. We have to have a working and contributing permanent population to be a sustainable community. 2, yes, I believe that growth is inevitable, but it can be and must be done in a respectful manner, one that respects the values of the community, the individuals, the wildlife, and the environment. 3, as pointed out earlier in the public hearing, the Hogs Bend development took 5 years of discussions for approximately 50 units. That's approximately 1 month of discussions per unit. Given the proposed TSMV increase in units of 1,500 to 4,000, these discussions could be taking place over the similar timeline, which would be 125 to 300 years. 4, developers tout construction job creation as a stimulus to our economy. Firstly, I think this is temporary and short-sighted. And secondly, there's no requirement for developers to actually hire local contractors and hence actually stimulate our economy. Developers are free to choose whoever they feel they're familiar with, whoever can handle the scale of the project, or whoever's cheaper. I reached out to a number of contractors beforehand whose comments were actually in line with this concern. Number 5, as a landlord myself, I'm passionate about stable and affordable housing that actually encourages locals to live their dreams here, whether or not it is renting or owning. Owning is becoming very difficult, to say the least, for locals, especially for the oversized homes that are going up for sale above asking price. For years now, I have shared in the excitement when patients buy their first home, only then to be tampered by them replying, "But it's in Cochrane. We just couldn't afford Canmore." People are leaving. To remedy this, densifying instead of sprawling, living on a smaller footprint, further easing secondary suite regulations, increasing the number of employee housing, encouraging alternative financing strategies, mandating a higher minimum percentage of vital units be built in any new development, either large or small, encouraging selling to locals instead of investors. These could all be potential strategies to remedy this. And lastly, although the municipality can't mandate certain building practices such as net zero, one can be reassured and excited by the fact that building codes are changing around the world. Therefore, these can be incorporated into future construction plans once higher level policies can and have changed. Why rush into something that isn't necessary? Why overcommit? In this day and age, we're on the brink of so many incredible changes to technology, to policies, to lifestyles. Why not incorporate those changes as they become available? So say no to TSMV ASP. This would allow more iterations that can better respond to the future challenges of our community, yet also integrate more improvements and opportunities that would better serve the community locally and abroad. And for something more reflective, and I was hoping to share my screen here, but I didn't have time to familiarize myself with this layout. So,
Brendan, do you see the green share screen icon at the bottom of the Zoom?
I usually would see it, but I actually don't see it this time.
Okay, I'm gonna make you co-host because sometimes that'll give you the ability. Did that change anything for you?
Nope. That's okay. So, it's an analogy. Sticking to things that I'm familiar with and what I know, I wanted to stick with the birthing analogy. So, birthing of a baby is a powerful experience, a moment filled with excitement, trepidation, elation, fear, and uncertainty. Parents arrive at the hospital with their birth plan, ASP, parents being the counsel in this analogy, their hopes, desires, and intentions. As physicians, which in this case will be the community, we balance the hopes and plans of the parents with the health and well-being of both the mother and the unborn child. When making any decision along the way, we always communicate with the parents. We provide them with an opportunity to speak, to ask questions, and to make decisions that they feel are right for themselves and their family. Family being community. We may not agree with the parents' decisions, but in the end, it is their decision. If there are complications, we consult specialists. We'll call them experts in finances, environment, and mining in this case. So we consult specialists as needed to gain higher level insights and suggestions. Both parents and physicians want the same thing, a healthy baby. The birth may not go according to plan, but in the long run, we are all searching for the same thing, a thriving, healthy family, thriving, healthy community. Although it is the parent's choice, there is the risk of long-term issues to child and even death of mother or child. Birth, growth, is not without complications. I won't go into any further analogies of what C-section means. However, taking this analogy to a different direction, there aren't many parents who would prefer to initially sign up for twins, doubling the population of Canmore, instead of having one child first. Everything with twins is more complicated. The pregnancy, the delivery, the parenting. Twins are hectic, tiring, stressful, tiring, difficult, and tiring. Why sign up for twins when parenting one child is already such a handful? From what I've seen, the great news about parenting is that it's iterative and that you learn as you go. Parents don't have to know everything, so they're allowed to make mistakes. And 3, you don't have to get it right all at once. Lastly, a 28-year plan. How many parents know what their unborn child wants to do in 28 years? What school they want to attend, what they want to do or be, who they will meet, what kind of family they may or may not have. There are so many unknowns. Like birth, growth will occur, but as the parents to this Bow Valley, you have the opportunity to birth a new Canmore and to build our family. Please heed the advice of the specialists and choose one baby instead of 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Brendan. And I'm looking to the rest of the council to see if there's any questions, but let's stay away from that whole birthing analogy and talk about community. Councillor McCallum.
I just wanted to comment on what a creative analogy was that. And you're a pretty busy dude, so I can imagine that came with a lot of work. So thank you for sharing that.
Thank you, thank you.
And I see no questions for you, so thanks for joining this afternoon, Dr. Flowers, and sharing your perspective, your unique analogy with us.
Much appreciated. Bye-bye for now. Thank you. Thank
Bye
you.
now. And at this time, I'll ask Chad Holowatuk. And I'll ask him to help me with pronouncing his name.
How you doing today? Can you see me, Mayor
Yeah.
Borman?
Sure can.
Yeah, it's Holowatuk. You had it very, very close.
Close, Holowatuk.
Yes. Well, good afternoon to you and to the town councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Chad Holowatuk, and I am the president of the Canmore and Area Mountain Bike Association. CAM is a volunteer-driven not-profit society that was registered and incorporated in April of 2016 with over 500 active members. As a mountain bike trail association, our mandate is clear and quite simple: to advocate for mountain biking and strive for a vibrant and exciting trail system for all ages and abilities. As stated in our submitted letter, we are not weighing into the court of public opinion regarding support or not for the ASPs before the town today. This is not the role of our volunteer board of directors, and we represent a membership of varying opinions and beliefs related to the proposed ASPs. But one thing our members do have in common is that they have entrusted CAMBA to fulfill our mandate. And this is achieved by ensuring that we always have a seat at the table and that both public and private landowners are equally engaged. We wanted to take the opportunity to speak at this public hearing to inform Town Council of our working relationship with TSMV from the perspective of recreational trail development, our experience working with TSMV to date, our plan to continue to collaborate with all land managers, including TSMV, into the future, and to answer any questions you may have. CAMBA and TSMV signed a Memorandum of Understanding, an MOU, in the winter of 2018 and was intended to provide a framework for the development, construction, and maintenance of mountain bike trails in the Three Sisters Mountain Village area. One of the primary goals of this agreement was also to advocate for protecting the current use of trails on TSMV land, such as Loki and Guy Lafleur. Some of the common objectives of the MOU include establishing a process by which CAMBA and its selected partners can maintain, adjust, or create an integrated trail system that contributes to a vibrant and active Three Sisters Mountain Village. Publicly discouraging illegal trail building and human use in wildlife corridors. Creating and installing signage that clearly outlines intended use, location of permitted trails, skill, difficulty of trails, access points, closures, and other pertinent information. Educating trail users on wildlife and trail etiquette, and the impacts of human use, such as trail construction and recreation in wildlife corridors. Reducing overall impact on wildlife corridors within and around TSMV, and mitigating, where possible, human-wildlife interactions for trail users. And assisting TSMV to manage changes to the trail system in alignment with possible changes occurring from development. Results of the MOU since that winter of 2018 include that the popular Loki and Guy Lafleur trails have been sanctioned, signed, and kept safe through our maintenance activities. TSMV has facilitated discussions with other land managers to help with trail connectivity, and we have been invited to the table to discuss ideas regarding trail reroutes, new trails, winter trails, etc. Through our relationship, the public has enjoyed continued access to trails on their land, and we hope that wildlife have enjoyed less people in sensitive areas. In conclusion, we feel that our involvement has and will continue to complement the vision for new trails and connections to the overall trail network. TSMV has been open and transparent about the vision of their proposed developments with us, and we hope that this clarifies and provides some context regarding our involvement when it comes to working with and supporting land managers. CAMBA is expected by members to champion the point of view behind the handlebars. We are expected to collaborate and participate in discussions no matter how contentious a project is, whether it occurs with the provincial government, a local municipality, or a private land manager, whether the land is in Canmore, Exshaw, or areas in between. We're proud of all the relationships we have forged in a short amount of time with all land managers, and based on our experience working with TSMB, we believe that recreational trails are important considerations to them. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Happy to answer any questions you or council may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Holowatic. And I'm looking to the rest of council to see if there are questions. I don't see any. So just to be clear, you were speaking on behalf of CAMBA, not yourself.
That's correct.
Right. Well, thank you for bringing the CAMBA perspective to share with council. Councillor Comfort has a question.
Sorry, it took a little while to percolate through. How many members are there at the moment of CAMBA, Chad?
I think there are, I believe, 520.
And would some of those folks be parents and have kids, and
Many,
it would
yeah,
be
many,
like a family
many
kind of?
families.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thanks again for joining in this afternoon, Mr. Holowatic, and appreciate you taking the time to do so.
Thank you very much for your time, everyone.
At this time, I will ask Simon Ham to join in.
Okay, can you hear me?
You bet.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so I'm Simon Ham, and I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to address the Three Sisters ASPs. I've lived in the Bow Valley for over 20 years and over 10 years in Canmore. I am a homeowner, father, and I feel very connected to this community and the landscape. I work in the field of resource conservation, specifically human-wildlife coexistence, and I've monitored wildlife corridors in the area for over 15 years. So I have a lot of experience tracking carnivores as they travel through wildlife corridors. There are so many reasons to oppose these development proposals: undermining and inadequate insurance, commercial development and tax implications, and the sheer size and the population increase to town, et cetera, et cetera. And I know you've heard many people speak very eloquently already to these issues. My main concerns are environmental concerns. The wildlife corridors approved by the province are quite long and quite narrow. And the plan to relocate the Stewart Creek Across Valley corridor and build right in front of the existing underpass is unacceptable to me. These cross valley corridors and underpasses are one way to mitigate for long, narrow corridors. If another underpass is to be built, then there's a better spot about 1.5 kilometers east between Smith Creek and Marsh Creek. And there's a triangular piece of crown land beside the highway, and the proposed development has a narrow spot here. This would be a good spot for an additional cross valley corridor. I do not agree with the idea of the wildlife fence around the development. Fences require ongoing maintenance and management at the town's expense. Bears and cougars can cross fences quite easily, and wolves and coyotes are quite good at getting around them. This can lead to fence intrusions that pose a risk to both people and wildlife. I think that the idea of the fence is basically an admission that the wildlife corridors are not adequate, and this is thought of as a necessary mitigation. So leaving the unfinished golf course undeveloped would be a better solution. Extending the urban growth boundary at Thunderstone Quarry is also unacceptable. This is an important area that connects the Wind Valley and the Dead Man's Underpass. So connectivity should be a priority here. These proposals also do not measure up to the town's climate action plan and declaration of a climate emergency. Some parts of the proposal may sound good on paper and are trying to move in the right direction, yet they're not strong enough commitments. I know a lot of work went into these proposals, yet I think we need to insist on higher standards. Going forward with these proposals as they are would be a bad decision, and I'm asking Town Council to reject these area structure plans. And thank you for your time. Thanks for your endurance in this whole process.
Thank you for your time and preparing your statement and sharing your perspective with council. Are there questions for Mr. Ham at this time? We've certainly had no shortage of environmental and human wildlife experts sharing their perspectives, so pretty remarkable.
Yep,
thank you very much.
Add my part.
You bet, and thanks for being here.
Thank you.
This time I will ask Claire Gerald to join in.
Hello. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
You're kind of echoing. I don't know. You may have the the video on watching the meeting.
Just a moment. Let me see if I could adjust that. Is that better?
Yeah, sounds better.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No problem.
And I recognize this must be the end of a very long day for you all. So thank you for bearing with us. Having dipped into the proceedings even just a little bit over the last few days, I've been struck by some very eloquent presentations, and I felt quite nervous about speaking. I was initially thinking, I think, what on earth do I have to add that's unique, that could add another layer or another perspective or tell the story in a different way. But I guess then I realized that even if we just all keep saying the same thing, there's some value in that, other than the fact you might be more likely to nod off. But as like I said, thank you for sticking with it. And obviously this is really important. I'm just going to reiterate a few things that I think are particularly worth repeating and that I believe in. Yeah, and I'll keep it fairly brief. From my perspective, this isn't just about the impact of one development. It's about the cumulative impacts of what happens in this valley. But every new development project on undeveloped land matters now. And I know, again, as I said, a lot of these points have been raised before, but I think it's worth reiterating. The Bow Valley is already a pinch point for wildlife in a rare east-west valley that they use for migration, especially large carnivores like grizzly bears and wolves. You can probably hear from my accent that I wasn't born here, and it does feel a little bit hypocritical to try and deny others the right to live as I now do. But like many others, I'm not opposed to all development, but just to inappropriate development. And I believe that that's what we're talking about here. I accept that it's hard to sift through science that supposedly says the corridor is wide enough, and the science that I believe says even more persuasively that the setbacks are not enough. I'm not a scientist and I don't know, categorically, I guess, but I ask myself what the consequences are if they are wrong. If it turns out that the science that says we need bigger setbacks is wrong, well, we've got ourselves a little bit more undeveloped land, fewer houses, and there are perhaps some implications, but we will survive. But if the science that says the proposed corridor is wide enough is wrong, we've lost one of the biggest reasons we all moved here in the first place: wide roaming species like grizzly bears and wolves. We're living in prime wildlife habitat along an important valley bottom. Half the streets already seem to be named after wildlife that we've displaced or are displacing: Cougar Creek, Elk Run Boulevard, Grizzly Crescent. Let's not end up with another list of great sounding street names that no longer bear any resemblance to the place that we live in. So let's figure out what we do or don't know and err on the side of caution. By way of one example, if we don't know that fences work as a hard barrier for wildlife corridors, but there seem to be some good reasons for not using them, which is what I've heard listening to others, then let's not use them. So I'm asking you to reject the Smith Creek ASP and to not accept the TSMV ASP without significant science-driven modifications. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Looking to council for questions, if there are any. I see none, so thank you very much, Ms. Gerald, for taking the time and sharing your perspective with council this afternoon.
Thank you.
And at this time, I'll ask that John Paskowski join in.
Well, hi everyone. Yeah, nice work on maintaining this respectful forum and dialogue amongst the community. I applaud you all for sticking this out. My name is John Paczkowski. I'm here in Canmore, and I'd like to congratulate you, the town, and the residents of Canmore for developing one of the most progressive communities that embraces human-wildlife coexistence in Alberta, probably Canada, maybe even the world. So we've got a great track record. Let's keep it up. I see that speakers are now booking into April, so I was happy to get in March. Actually, it's April 2021. Just kidding.
I hope you're just kidding. You better be kidding.
Be patient. So I've reviewed both the ASPs, and I've been living in Canmore for approximately the last 30 years. I've been a homeowner for 20 years, and my daughter was raised here. As such, I've worked as a biologist in various capacities, working on grizzly bears, coyotes, wolves, cougars, and tracked animals for hundreds of kilometers, and collected tons of GPS and telemetry locations, and have a master's in grizzly bear habitat use. So I have a pretty intimate knowledge of wildlife use of habitat in the region. When I first came to town, I attended some of the NRCB hearings that were here that were sort of guided without the data, but I think they set some valuable goalposts for future development. I'll say that I currently live here in the downtown core. In this house that I'm speaking to you from now, I plan to leave this house feet first. Not anytime soon, but I'm here for the long haul. And I acknowledge my good fortune of living in Canmore, and I don't want to be hypocritical saying I'm here, we're done, we're full. So I want to sort of make sure that we move forward in a responsible manner in terms of any sort of development that happens. And over the 30 years that I've been here, I've been sort of keeping up on various development plans on all sides of the valley between Three Sisters and Smith Creek, and the other side, the Silvertip area. And I'll start by offering a few sort of general critiques on the ASPs. I think the goalposts in the ASPs have been moved beyond what was initially proposed in the NRCB hearings, and those are to the detriment of available wildlife habitat. I would like to see a future plan, or we'll call it the rebuttal plan, sort of be more wildlife centric with respect to urban planning in this amazing community. And I think some of the issues that are being raised here at hearings and with Three Sisters are not exclusive to the Three Sisters area. They're common to our community. So I think it's part of a broader perspective of us moving things forward. Just a few detailed things with respect to the Smith Creek ASP. It seems really counterintuitive to me when I look at the existing wildlife underpass and the development node that's being proposed right in front of it, and then we're going to move a new underpass 500 meters down the road at the cost of millions and millions and millions of dollars. And it just doesn't seem to add up to me as to how that's happening. And I know the proponent is going to pay for it, but do I as a taxpayer end up assuming that risk? And right now that's a pretty well functioning wildlife underpass. And then sort of similarly, the extensions into Smith Creek or into the Wind Valley and Pigeon Creek also seem to be counterproductive to maintaining sort of quality habitat. I have expressed this in a little more detail in a written submission, so I'll keep my oral part to that. So I'll be different. I'll say some of the things I like about the ASP. I like that the planning includes concentrating recreational trails within the development footprint, and trying to keep people inside of that development footprint as much as possible, and offering recreational opportunities there. Now, an unpopular sentiment I will offer is one on fencing. I think that fencing would probably be a good idea for some of those urban communities, and that would sort of constrain people within those urban footprints. And I don't think it's as much about keeping the wildlife out It's about making sure people don't have trails coming out of their backyards and moving into the wildlife corridor. And if they are going to trails, they're doing so responsibly on designated trails. That said, the current alignment I don't think is quite it isn't a suitable fencing alignment, but I think it's a valuable tool that we might want to consider. And it would be a big experiment and it might fail, but we can always remove a fence if it fails. We'll never be able to retrofit a fence after the community is built. And the cost would be, I won't say astronomical, but there's going to be vandalism, maintenance, wildlife will get inside the enclosures. It's going to be an ongoing cost to the town, but I think it's a worthy experiment at this point. Yeah, finally, I'd just like to say that moving forward, I assume this is part of a negotiation and we'll see a revised ASP coming back. And I would like to see that be more wildlife centric, in addition to addressing many of the other concerns that have been brought up. But as a biologist, I want that wildlife centric viewpoint. And I would hope that that process would be conducted collaboratively amongst the community and other experts, and we would come to a way to move forward. I would certainly look forward to the evolution of this process and continue Canmore's legacy as a leader in human wildlife coexistence and urban planning in an incredible setting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pekowski.
John works fine.
Well, I'm determined to get it right. You see, I'm practicing, but regardless, John, thanks very much. And I am curious if you could expand a little bit on your comments on the proposed fencing, which we certainly haven't heard before. How would you see moving forward with something like the fencing that's proposed, but still being cautious in regards to how we could adapt in the future if a fence was tried and proved not to be effective?
Well, I don't think a fence on its own is a sufficient mitigation to say, okay, on the other side of the fence, everything is good. So we would still need some sort of buffer, potentially between the corridor and that fencing. To me, the biggest problem with not fencing is that we're all of a sudden having 50 trails entering wildlife corridors and everyone's building their own way. Whereas if there is fencing, there is going to be one or several egress points where people can recreate responsibly. And sorry, the other thing I failed to mention is sort of within that fencing structure, I would also suggest we would sort of consider something like a zoning or zero. We have the attractive management bylaws, but something that would address sort of a zero scaping and not having sort of lush green grass and herbs and forbs and sludge. With the fencing, I don't have a complete plan in place, but I think it's a worthy, something that would be worthy of pursuit. And I stand probably unfriended now by all my friends in the biological community.
No, I doubt it. Everybody's seems quite willing to consider each other's perspectives and respect them. Are there questions for John from other members of council? Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Mayor Borman. Thank you, Mr. Pachkowski, for your presentation. And I wanted to ask you if you're familiar with the functionality of the fence at Lake Louise around that small community on the north side of the highway.
Sorry, the electric fence or the highway fence or the mesh fence?
The fence that's around the community, not on the highway. But when you're going into the Pipestone, when you're skiing into the Pipestone, you have to cross the fence to get in.
No, I'm more familiar with the electric fencing there, so I won't speak to that. But I mean, there's detractors of fencing, and I would say like the highway fencing that's been put up has probably saved thousands, tens of thousands of individual wildlife critters out there on the landscape over the years. It can be used, but it's a challenging process. It's not that easy. Did you have something further on the Pipestone?
No, I know the highway fence has been very effective because it's really reduced mortality of animals on the highway, right? But there's a community on the north side of the highway that has a fence around it.
I've seen it. I've not inspected it in detail, but I think a model like that would work because education and signage doesn't seem to have worked so far in many levels.
Okay, thanks. I thought you might be more familiar with it than that. Thanks.
Sorry.
And John, correct me if I'm wrong, but you were involved with Melanie Percy several years ago in the camera study down in the wildlife corridors.
Sure, and I'm here as John from Canmore, not civil servant John, so I won't comment on that. Yeah.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thanks for your time.
If there's no other questions for John, thank you very much for joining in today and sharing your perspective. Truly appreciate it.
Happy to. Thank you.
This time I'll ask that Bob Ashford join in. Bob.
Council, everybody, good afternoon.
Hello.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak today regarding bylaw 2005 and 2106. I know I speak on behalf of everyone in the Bow Valley to say thank you to all councillors for your time and effort with this very important decision. My name is Bob Ashford. My wife and I have lived in Canmore for almost 35 years and raised one son here. I had not intended to speak regarding this TSMV area structure plan. However, on the weekend, I was talking with a very intelligent person that started me thinking. I give my wife, Jeanette, full credit for reminding me of a possible solution. While I have been extremely impressed with all the presenters and their professionalism and knowledge, very few have offered a solution. Undermining issues are extremely important, as are wildlife corridors, transportation issues and overpopulation. All these have been addressed by several presenters, so I will not mention them again. However, I want to offer a solution. As a longtime real estate professional in our Bow Valley, I have always tried to find a compromise in any negotiating. One question I like to ask is why? It is my understanding that the partners behind the Three Sisters Development Group are very wealthy business people. They have earned their wealth. Good for them. One of my whys for Don Taylor and his Three Sisters Group still so adamant in building housing for another 15,000 plus people is there must be more to this than the money involved. Getting back to my wife Jeanette's involvement, she reminded me on the weekend that recently we purchased an acre from the Glenbow Ranch Provincial Park Stewart an Acre Legacy Initiative just east of Cochrane. I know you have heard the following sentiments over and over again in the past week, but I want to reiterate what the Glenbow program says on their website: protect the place you love. Our most valuable assets are the land we live on, the air we breathe, the water we drink. These are irreplaceable natural ecosystems. They are the lifeblood of our region, supporting vast interconnected ecosystems that are increasingly fragmented or lost entirely to development and human activity. Native prairie grassland and parkland are among the fastest disappearing wildlife habitats on the planet, and the rate of habitat loss is at an all-time high. This deprives wildlife of the essentials for survival and takes away the opportunity for people to enjoy all the natural beauty our province has to offer. What if the Three Sisters partners were approached with the idea of developing an environmental conservation trust like Ducks Unlimited, in the name of the partnership, of course, but as an ongoing legacy for wildlife and day use park areas? Maybe even another lake could be built. If the current ASP does not pass second reading and the Three Sisters Group is not interested in participating in an environmental conservation trust, I suggest a program like we see at the Glenbow Ranch and many others for that matter. Funds would be raised from philanthropic people. Large and small donations would be accepted. People that believe in our dream to preserve these lands. I saw in yesterday's Rocky Mountain Today update the headline, Canmore Council not interested in acquiring conservation lands near Eagle Terrace. With my proposal for the Three Sisters land, The purchase would be as an independent trust and administered by a board of directors outside of our Canmore Town Council. This land purchase would not be a financial burden to any taxpayers that did not want to contribute. I would think that there could be several benefits to the Three Sisters group, both financially and a charitable tax receipt, as well as a long-term legacy for their involvement in our community. We have seen several efforts over our past 35 years here in the Bow Valley, where individuals have stepped up, such as the Banff Center, the Shaw Amphitheater, and just recently, a Banff Foundation stepped up with a very large donation for a new pedestrian bridge over the Bow River. Donations large and small could be accepted and would be accepted. Council has an opportunity and an unprecedented responsibility from concerned people over this ASP application. The decision you have to make now will not be an easy one, but it is clear we need to find a solution. I know my solution can be achieved, as well as all participants. Feel free to, and all participants in this solution can feel part of the community and have a positive involvement. I thank you for your time and this chance to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. And I look to council to see if there's any questions for Mr. Ashford. But I see none. So thank you very much for thinking about these issues and proposing a creative solution, as you say.
Thank you, everyone.
This time I'll ask that Leah Lischelt join us.
Hello, there we go. I got my camera working. Thank you, Mayor Borrowman and council members. I'm really impressed with the council's openness to hear from so many citizens, and I'm even more impressed with your stamina. So congrats to everybody. Also impressed with the depth and the passion within our community. My name is Leah Lischelt. I'm a full-time Canmore resident. I am also a homeowner. Just a bit of background, I have a master's degree in public health with an interest in healthy communities, and I do work in an executive position provincially. I'm also internationally accredited with 35 years of experience in communications, especially in risk communications and stakeholder engagement. And that's really the focus of my presentation today, because what has struck me is how many of our presenters have talked about what they see as a sense of not being heard or a lack of engagement. So that's the reference point for me. And I do have a screen that I would like to share. Let's see if that comes up. All right, is that showing?
We see that you started screen sharing, but I don't see anything. Just the words. There we go. Yep, you're good.
All right. Okay, are you seeing a full-size slide there?
Yes.
Good, thank you. Sorry about that. All right, so I am affiliated with the International Association of Public Participation, which is a worldwide institution that's dedicated to setting international standards regarding ethics, emerging evidence, and best practice in public engagement. So I want to speak about a couple of things. Just see if my slide is advancing all right. So this is the IAP2 spectrum, IAP2 short for International Association of Public Participation. The spectrum is widely adopted internationally as a really significant tool and a marker for the level of engagement on an initiative. I just want to walk through it briefly. So there's 5 levels of engagement that are recognized, starting on the left here with lowest levels of engagement and then moving to the right, which is the highest levels of engagement. And the lowest level engagement is an inform level. An organization that is informing its public is simply offering to keep people informed and not to really take into consideration any of their input or ideas. The next level of engagement is consult, and that's a commitment to keeping citizens informed, even if their input may or may not influence the decision. The next level is involve, which is actively working with citizens and stakeholders to identify their concerns and build them into the alternatives that are considered. So making them much more active partners in the decision-making process. The next level is collaborate, and this is working with residents to find new solutions and incorporating those recommendations to the maximum extent possible. And then finally is an empower level, which is where your public actually makes the decisions. And the only time we see that is in elections and other things where it's truly just a voter count. So what we often find in engagement is that the lower levels are for more routine or cursory decisions that are short-lived. The higher levels of engagement are for issues that have a more enduring nature. And what we often find is citizens, you'll find pockets of citizens in all of these different levels of engagement. Some, for example, on a given issue may only need to be informed and do not wish to be or need to be involved, whereas there's others that may be very heavily affected, and they will want and expect to be invited to participate at the involve and collaborate levels. And so where your citizens will fit on this spectrum really depends on the nature of the issue. The higher the impact on citizens and the more permanent or enduring the issue at hand, the higher their expectation of being very heavily involved in engagement. So the level of consultation really needs to match the impact of the issue at hand and the importance to them and the consequences for them as citizens. So some of the principles that are enshrined within REG2 in terms of values and ethics, I'm not going to go through all of these, but I have highlighted a few phrases here. There is an expectation that people have a right to be involved, that they have an ability to influence the decision, particularly in making sustainable decisions. In being able to co-design how they're involved. So that means that there's not one method of being involved. One of the things that's most important is number 7 on the screen here, and that is really accurately portraying the public's role in decision making. So being transparent about that, so people know how much influence or input they can actually have on the decision. So if I take a look at the municipal development plan, which Canmore put together several years ago and has updated a number of times, there really is a very impressive level of commitment shown in that document to community engagement, suggesting that the MDP guides the community, fosters future engagement, etc. So the town, I think, has clearly signaled its intent to involve the community on matters that affect the community and the social fabric. And I really applaud the town for the foresight in that level of engagement. When you take a look at the bottom of this slide, which is the process for an area structure plan, you'll see that the expected level of engagement is now different. It is really, the process shows that it is an applicant or a developer-led process. Many of the steps are led by the landowner or those representing them. And while there's an encouragement to engage with town administration and the community, it's really the applicant that's, quote, the keeper of the plan's vision, schedule, and details. So this tells you that there's a little bit of a delegated authority there. What you'll see is the town plays a very critical role in between those two spaces in upholding the MDP, but also having some oversight around the work of the applicant for an ASP. So when you go through the steps of an ASP, there's 9 steps outlined. Council will of course know all of this. So steps 1 through 6 or 1 through 5 are very much applicant or developer driven and working with the town. So those steps are not as visible to the public. Once you get into steps 6 through 9, you can see I've circled in here the words public that are showing in all steps of 6 through 9. And there's an expectation of an increasing 3-way partnership between the town, the developer, and the community. And an expectation that consultation will be done early and as frequently as possible. So what I did in preparation for today is I took a look through the 245-page, I think, report from the developer on what we heard. And this is a recap of all of their engagement activities. So I'm just going to highlight a few things in here. From the very initial public engagement in 2015 to 2017, the developer was directed by the town to enhance its communication and engagement with the citizens. And then that work was started then in 2018 with the developer's vision.
I just wanted to give you your 9-minute time check.
Okay, thank you very much. What I will say, I'm going to jump ahead then. When I took a look and did a deeper dive through all of the engagement that has happened, I would summarize it as being fairly limited in the scope in terms of the number of people and the number of venues for people to be participating. The largest part of the consultation process was just held over a 9-day period. So there are some limitations in how much that consultation has been able to reach out to community. And when I take a look at the report and the areas that have been most significantly identified by citizens, so wildlife concerns, climate change, density, undermining, etc. You'll see here that the vast majority of these have not had a significant level of change or have been deferred to other parties. So wildlife, for example, has been deferred to the province. So what we're seeing is that most of this consultation has occurred at that inform or consult level where opinions have been heard. They haven't had a significant impact on the areas that are most concerning. And so I think this is a point for the community to ask some questions as to whether the level of engagement that has been undertaken by the development really reflects current standards and reflects the expectations of the MDP and is appropriate for the size, the scope, and the scale of this development. I've just shown here a quote that we've been seeing on social media with the developer indicating that they are not open to making further changes. So just to wrap up then, as somebody who is a professional practitioner in this area, effective consultation requires really clear expectations and accountabilities, really good intentions, some very rigorous structure, and lots of time. And there are some huge payoffs if we can get this right. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions from members of council for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you very much for bringing this perspective to council today. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
At this time, I'll ask Roger Cadaret to join in.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, indeed.
Oh, great. Mayor Barrowman and Council, my name is Roger Cadaret. I'm a resident of Canmore. I read the ASPs, watched some of the presentations, and read the news on this development, proposed development. I'm for responsible, sustainable, safe, effective, and economical development that adds to the community. I have 5 points to make. My number 1 point is effective communication, around effective communication. And I'm curious to know how our 2 major ASPs being dealt with in the time of global pandemic, which is still on today around the world and affecting our community, our province, our country. And we've gone through a tremendous upheaval in the US as you watch the news. And we're dealing with this two major ASPs that could change the face of Canada. And how are we doing this? We're doing this by Zoom. Communication is less than 60% effective on Zoom. They're saying that 20% is through email, 20% by voice, and Zoom takes it to a little bit higher level, but you don't get to see me in full. You don't get to see me, what my feelings are. Don't get any vibes from me through Zoom. I am living in the past 12 months in a digital form of my true self. And I think you are all as well. The first ASP reading you did 7.5 hours, all by, by digital. So I don't believe that we as a community were meant to communicate, exchange thoughts, and really come together using these online tools. Nobody knew about Zoom. I don't think anybody, even Zoom didn't know. All the people that are using Zoom today a year and a half ago, 12, 14 months ago. You look at Zoom themselves and structure with Zoom and online tools like that, it's astronomical how much it's being used. They didn't even know we're going to communicate, but it wasn't designed to deal with these kinds of things. The only course would be to hold off until we can all meet, people can see each other, and the audience can be seen and heard. Faces, expressions, body language, and an energy that can only be transmitted in person. The second point I'd like to make is that the ASP on the second page on both ASPs talks about land acknowledgement. We always acknowledge the First Nations everywhere I go in this province. Okay, so I've gone to concerts at the Jubilee, I've gone to church, I've gone to different events. There's always a land acknowledgement. So where's the voice of the First Nations in this ASP? Where is their voice? And where has it been heard in these ASPs? The acknowledgement is there, and we, Mayor Barrowman, when you start the hearings, you acknowledge these people. But where is their voice? They were the stewards of this land not too long ago. And here we are developing such a major development on these lands. And I sensed from hearing what I've heard that they didn't really have a voice in these ASPs. I've heard that the community was consulted in these ASPs. I was never consulted. Our sons were never consulted. I don't know who they consulted with, because 91% of the people are against this ASP, as far as I see in the presentations that have been made for and against. So 91% are against. If I was a developer, would I go ahead with this development plan knowing that 91% of the community was opposed to it? Or would I make changes to it? So that's another point, but the point about land acknowledgement and our acknowledgement to the First Nations. So are we going to lead by example? We have the Truth and Reconciliation Committee going on. We have the ability to make changes. And here we are acknowledging them, but we don't have them represented in this ASP. The third thing is, third point is a limited liability point. So corporations can be created on paper. And basically, it's a piece of paper under the Business Corporations Act. And that's how they're created. They have a board, they have a directors, board of directors, they have an executive, they have investors, all under Business Corporations Act. And basically, the idea behind that is they have limited liability. They can hide behind the limited liability. They can escape from what their commitment or any creditor type of protection they can get through limited liability. They can walk away. So looking at this two ASPs, we have a development company, frankly, has a poor track record, 2 bankruptcies, as far as I understand. And a couple times they've just walked away. So how are we going to believe this is the real thing? Is this going to go ahead? Or are we going to go through all this upheaval in the community, approve these things, and then find out that the world has changed, the economy has changed, things have changed, another pandemic is hit, and the thing is all stopped again? Or perhaps they don't raise the investors they need to build this. Because it's not a $10 million project or a $100 million project. I count the value of all these buildings to be into the hundreds of millions of dollars. Where's the investment coming from? Where's the liability insurance coming from? How is this going to be cash flowed? We have a poor track record, 2 bankruptcies. We approved this several times. I've been in Canmore for several years now. I watch this go up and down with the community. Different council, different mayors, up and down. How much can we afford on mental wealth on this ongoing? If this gets approved, what's next with the development company? How much mental health will this cost us? So, sure, okay, you're going to develop. You're a limited liability company. You're under the Business Corporations Act. But I don't want to be personally liable for anything that goes wrong with undermining. I don't think council should be, or the community should be at all liable, because they know the risk. The risk is there. I believe other financiers pulled out of this project realizing the significant liability in undermining. That's my belief in knowing what I know about business. There is significant liability of having a safety accident. And if there is a safety accident, whether it be minor or major, and I've been there, I've seen major safety accidents in different plants and different operations. Who's going to take the liability for that? Are they going to walk away being a limited liability company? Well, they'll be hung on the town of Canmore, because you know what? The mayor and council has approved this. So it must be safe. It must be safe because you approved it. You looked at the risk of this and you approved it. So it must be okay. So because you were part in the decision-making to let this project go ahead, it's the town and the citizens of the town that'll end up footing the bill. And I won't go along with that. So if there's if the developer knows the risk and wants to move ahead, make sure they carry 100% of the liability insurance with them, not for today, not for 5 years, for 10 years, 15 years, and complete insurance. What if there's a collapse of not one house, but 10 homes?
Excuse
what
me.
If there's somebody?
This is your 9-minute time check.
Thanks. The fourth point I'll make is the wildlife corridors in the ESP. I was surprised to read a letter from the provincial government approving the wildlife corridors. I just was surprised. And I kept wondering whether there's a different government in power in Edmonton. Would this letter have been written? The fifth point is no cost to any citizen in the town of Kenmore. I think I've made that point. That's point number 3, but I'd like to reiterate that there can't be any cost in this infrastructure. There can't be any cost to the town in doing this development. If the developer wants to develop, fine, make your profit, but make it on your own at no cost to us. So the rules, bylaws, protocol, players, community, best practices, we've heard all that stuff. It's all there in paper, it's discussion. Mayor Borman and council, you've been elected to represent the people, our culture, and our rights as humans. And in that, I ask you to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Catteray, for joining in and sharing your perspective. I'm looking to other members of council to see if there are any questions for Mr. Catteray. And I see none. So again, thank you for taking the time and considering these issues very carefully and providing well considered points of view. Thank
Thank you very much. All the best of luck.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to call the last break of the day. And we might even finish the speaker list today if we keep rolling, but it's 5:01 by my clock. I'll call a break until 5:06. And we are pretty much all gathered again. So I'll now ask Kim Berenger to join in. Sorry, Carrie Berenger.
Good afternoon. You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yes, hello, Mayor Borman and council members. It's very nice to meet you, and thank you for the opportunity and for your attention to my comments today. I appreciate your time. My purpose in speaking to you this afternoon is as a non-resident of Canmore, but someone who comes to Canmore often for recreation, restoration, and relaxation. I am not in favor of the Three Sisters Mountain Village or Smith Creek ASPs. I wrote a letter to you on or about March 4th about this, and today I just want to speak to a few points from my letter and give you my perspective. Canmore as it exists now, for me, is a great place to live, to visit and enjoy. I'd love to live there, but I don't at the moment. It is a place where people come from all over the world to see the community and the natural environment, of course, that surrounds it. If this is compromised by a massive development, the nature of the community will change, and the attraction of coming to a natural area with plenty of wildlife living there will likely no longer exist. Nature enriches our lives, and my belief is that this large-scale development proposal will intrude upon it in a negative way. I know that you have heard from many others during these public hearings about why this development as proposed should not go ahead. Please consider this. More people means more congestion in the town, more cars, more noise, more people on trails, more stress for wildlife trying to move through corridors, more potential for human-wildlife interactions, and probably more garbage and waste on trails. Please consider that these effects could mean seriously compromising the important tourism industry for the area. And I'm speaking as a tourist. So that is how I'm thinking and asking you to give some attention to. I urge Town Council to uphold the plans and bylaws that have been previously set by prior council members to protect and conserve the wilderness and wildlife in the Canmore area. The municipal development plan has a purpose to protect the natural areas of Canmore, and as I understand it, requires that decisions be made that meet the protection goals of coexisting with wildlife. Please allow this to be the overriding documentation and authority that leads you to determine that the current proposal has not met these goals. In particular, I urge you to consider that the proposal to expand development beyond the growth boundary, add almost 7,000 more units and 14,000 more people. This would be having a cumulative impact that will remove the important naturalness and serenity from this area. This is what attracts the visitors. Please use your land use bylaw and keep any development to a safe and smaller size. Additionally, please reject the proposal of rezoning the conservation of wildlands in the Smith Creek area. The conservation zone was designed and meant to ensure long-term viability of wildlife and wildlife movement in this area. It is not easy to just move animals out of the way, nor for them to adapt to changing their behaviors and their patterns that they use for surviving. The proposed changes are intrusive for the animals and do not conform with the current movement of making decisions for coexisting with wildlife. for a better planet. Please use the authority you have under the land use bylaw to deny this rezoning. The wildlife corridor has international significance, as you have heard, for the movement of wildlife. The animals do need to move to keep their populations healthy and find food. The movement is also important to allow biodiversity, protect habitat, and allow a greater range of connectivity. The animals need more of this, not less, and we can help them. The preservation of wildlife needs to be given the highest consideration and the viability of the animal populations preserved. Canmore can provide leadership by rejecting any proposal where the setback that is proposed for wildlife is less than an already established minimum. Perhaps instead, Council will consider designating legal protection for these corridor lands so that wildlife does not get pushed away and up onto the high slopes where movement is much more difficult. Why not learn from the past, where changes that have been made have already compromised natural movements of the animals and move towards more empathy and understanding of nature and how it works in your decisions that you have to make. Please note that fencing people in and wildlife out is not, as I see it, a solution to living with nature. We cannot coexist with wildlife by putting up barriers between us and them. If anything, members of council could consider wider setbacks for wildlife beyond 450 meters, but certainly not less. In addition, there could be long-term unanticipated costs for upkeep. On another note, and something you have also heard, I ask you to consider the town's climate action plan and how it can make decisions to reduce, not add, more carbon footprint to the environment. More cars and heating of homes and even industrial activity that emits fossil fuels will negate the forward direction of the action plan. Humans have created the current state of emergency in the planet. We need to take a step back now from large developments and recognize that if we slow down and create less human-caused disturbance and do create more protected lands and wildlife, the benefits will outweigh the short-term economic gains that over the years have created the environmental and climate disasters we are facing. And Canmore is part of this. Canmore has an opportunity to be part of the solution locally by not allowing this huge, expansive, and intrusive development, and to be recognized on an international scale for its efforts. Now is the time, and I think and appreciate that council will consider these comments. And I would also finish off by requesting that you do not approve this proposal in its current state, and that you please do give careful consideration to all that you have heard by the experts and through the written and oral submissions that you have received. So again, thank you for your time. That is what I would like to say. I'm a visitor. I'd like to continue to be a regular visitor, and I will leave the decision to you.
Thank you, Ms. Berenger. Are there any questions?
You're welcome.
Any questions from members of council? Councillor Sanford.
Thank you, Mayor Barman. Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Berenger. I just had a question for you. What do you enjoy doing when you come to Canmore?
You know, I enjoy quite a number of things. I like to come out there to cross country ski, and I also like to come out there to do some hiking. I enjoy Canmore town itself. I think it has a really good aura about it. So even just walking around the shops, I find inviting as well. So I like to support the community, but I also like the natural environment around it, and it's all really in a common area that I can come out to, stay overnight if I wish, or come for the day. So I'll see the town, I'll see the trails, and maybe I'll even see some wildlife, which to me is so important.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Seeing no further questions from members of council, I thank you, Ms. Berenger. This time I'll ask that Adam Leonard join in. You're muted, Adam.
Right.
There you
I know
go.
everybody's probably a Zoom zombie at this point. I brought a baby. So let's enjoy that for 8 seconds.
Right.
All right.
Very, very cute baby.
Thanks. Thanks. Thank you all for taking the time to hear from me today. My name is Adam Leonard. I am opposed to bylaws 2021-05 and 2021-06. I was born and raised in Canmore, spent most of my life here. I rent out of necessity. I have a degree and professional background in international development and a master's in environmental studies with a focus on protected areas and environmental justice. For the past 15 years or so, my work has been to support the most vulnerable members of human communities while meeting the needs of local ecosystems. Like many, I've been awed by the presenters through these many days of our public hearings. And I am glad that so many presenters have found an ideal community here in Canmore, but I feel the need to emphasize that Canmore today is not a perfect place. We're not starting from an ideal community, and a development plan of this scale has to recognize that and go as far as possible to fix what needs fixing. You are all already aware of my perspective on the wildlife corridors because I've presented to, I believe, all of you on that subject in the past while working for Y2Y. I'm not here in that capacity today, and many others have demonstrated the inadequacies of those corridors approved by Alberta Environment and Parks. And instead, what I want to do is add a perspective to the affordability question that I feel has been lacking, which is equity and justice, particularly along lines of race and class. Density is an insufficient planning tool for increasing affordability, but it seems to be the only mechanism readily available to the town of Canmore, and it appears to be the primary means through which the proposed ASPs would attempt to provide 20% affordable housing. Just as an illustration, I live near the hospital where my family and I have been very fortunate to rent half of an old house, and our rent is reasonable by Canmore standards, largely because we're not paying for luxury amenities or even a laundry machine. Even so, the small houses around us are being replaced by fourplexes on the basis that higher densities will increase affordability. And instead, each unit in the neighboring fourplex is sold for over $1 million. The owner has applied for and been granted an exception, permitting them to operate as nightly vacation rentals. These homes are designed to suit the needs of short-term visitors, not families like mine. They are priced far beyond the realities of the local labor market in our community. Hence their sale signs that declare tourist home potential and luxury duplex out my front door. And no doubt one day, probably not too far away, our current home will go the same way. And that leaves me, my partner, and our 2 children under 3 in a permanent condition of precarity. I use my own example here because I can't speak for others, but I feel the need to stress that this did not suddenly become a problem for Canmore when it became a problem for me. I am not on the edges of vulnerability, broadly speaking. I'm an able-bodied white male professional with 2 advanced degrees working locally in my field with the safety net of intergenerational wealth, which I'm going to discuss more later. My partner has 4 advanced degrees and she's a leader in her field of research. We are not the standard by which affordability should be measured. Still, we cannot afford to live here. And we are in fact threatened by the densification process that's allegedly meant to support us. It's been my experience also that official government-supported affordable housing in this community has often been filled by the standard bearers of middle-class mythology elsewhere: teachers, nurses, firefighters, office administrators. If those are the demographics targeted by affordable housing, then we have to agree that at the very least, 80% of the new housing would be patently unaffordable, reserved for the leisure classes. Now, though there are always exceptions, it seems to me that there's essentially 3 ways to find security in Canmore right now. 1, you have access to fairly substantial intergenerational wealth that will support you in purchasing a home. 2, you acquire your wealth elsewhere and move here as an amenity migrant. Or 3, you have the fortuitous timing to access a government-supported affordable housing project during one of those brief windows that they tend to be available. I want to briefly discuss the first 2 of those and some of the significant justice issues that are attached to them. And I am going to use some US data here in the recognition that data in Canada, especially on race, is really, really scarce, but that the trends in both countries are actually a lot more similar than we like to think. Intergenerational wealth is one of the most pervasive means through which power is retained in the hands of historically powerful demographics, and I do mean white people, and one of the biggest holes in the idea that wealth, opportunity, and lifestyle perks like living where you want to live are some form of meritocracy. Prejudicial lending practices, mortgage evaluations, and more blatant practices like redlining have disproportionately prevented communities of color from accruing the type of capital that builds intergenerational wealth, namely property, and particularly property in areas where values are expected to increase over time. Whether that's happening today in Canmore is not the argument I'm making, and it is somewhat beside the point. These practices, wherever and whenever they occur, disproportionately keep people of color from owning property. And if your parents don't own property, you are far less likely to afford property yourself, especially here. According to Forbes magazine, the US national home ownership rate for Black families is 44%, compared to 73.7% for white families. Thank you. According to the Economic Policy Institute, 2/3 of the typical household's wealth is derived from housing equity. One result of that combination is that in the US, the median wealth for Black families is less than 10% the median wealth held by white families. Again, these differences are derived from existing home ownership, not from earnings. And at the same time, it should be noted that there is a significant race gap in earnings in Canada that is not attributable to immigration status or education, and is especially stark for Black Canadians. So I want to state this really plainly: a housing market that requires intergenerational wealth is a racist housing market. Second, amenity migration. The most readily observed and felt impact of amenity migration is the economic displacement of working class residents by newcomers who have the resources to outcompete in the real estate market, based on the fact that their income is divorced from local labor economies. That means people who are connected to the community through their residency and their labor are forced to leave. And I know at least one other speaker brought up Bob Sanford's book, The Weekender Effect, and I believe Councillor Comfort described it as essential reading for the Bow Valley. I agree, although I think we have some more books to add to that list. One of the less obvious impacts of amenity migration is that it removes the responsibility a locality would otherwise have to develop a diverse, sustainable, and appropriate local economy. Does a 20% allocation to commercial space address that question? What kind of livelihood could we expect from these commercial spaces mixed into vacation homes and resorts? Do the expected pay scales at these commercial facilities match our expected housing market? Or are we accepting that this town will only ever be for wealthy, overwhelmingly white recreationalists and speculators who have acquired their money elsewhere? In Canmore, because we've committed to a service economy that doesn't often pay enough for people to live here securely, we've also committed to a reliance on racialized migrant labor, a demographic that by definition lacks intergenerational wealth and the kind of income necessary to qualify as amenity migrants. We are telling those individuals who perform the service work required for this tourist economy, a huge proportion of the people of color who live here, that this place is not for them. A labor market that cannot support housing people locally is a classist and racist labor market. And a housing market that requires wealth acquired elsewhere is an alien and colonial housing market. If our housing and labor markets can both be described as racist and classist, how should we describe Canmore as a whole? Canmore will never be a diverse, welcoming community without confronting the structural inequities that demand that the working class, disproportionately made up of people of color, be grateful to live here precariously. Now, I know that neither TSMV nor the town of Canmore invented these problems, and I know and I believe that neither wants to participate in them, but we have to acknowledge that we perpetuate and we further entrench structural racism when we fail to pursue a local economy that pays people enough to live here, while also pursuing every potential avenue for building a local housing market that serves.
Excuse me, I just wanted to give you your 9-minute time check.
Thank you. If housing and labor make sense to one another, then people can move here and stay here and grow here without already possessing the kind of wealth that has been systematically denied to so many. That wouldn't suddenly make Canmore an anti-racist utopia, much less a decolonial one. But we can't claim to care about lofty ideas like justice and diversity if we don't take the impacts of racism into account in our planning. So in the strongest possible terms, I urge you to reject both the Village Center and Smith Creek ASP proposals and commit to exploring every potential avenue for increasing this municipality's capacity to affect our housing stock. And that can include pursuing changes in the Municipal Governance Act that would enable localities to enact policies that more functionally guarantee housing affordability. I would further encourage you to pursue policies that seriously disincentivize second home ownership, vacation rentals, and other forms of home ownership that are divorced from local labor markets. A development proposal of this scale needs to do more than mitigate the harms it's creating. It needs to substantially remedy the problems we already have, and those problems are varied and they are considerable. They require more creativity, more vision, and more guts than these ASPs provide. And frankly, more than we should expect ASPs from a developer or speculator to provide. So instead, I urge the town of Canmore to commit to pursuing a policy framework in which we aren't beholden to hoping for the best from a developer, but can instead meaningfully steer the future of our community in real collaboration with the Indigenous stewards on whose lands we reside, and with a commitment to equity and sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leonard. Yeah. Well.
But I brought a baby at the beginning.
I know. Councilor McCallum has a question, I think.
My head is exploding, Mr. Leonard. Last Wednesday, at the end of the evening, when we hung up on this call, I actually was sobbing. And I was thinking about all the people, the disadvantaged, the marginalized, the people of color that weren't able to participate, the diversity we speak of in these hearings. And so I thank you for using your privilege to speak. I really do. And I'm hoping that what you've just said to us, because I think there's so much that just went over my head because I was just so blown away, is in your public hearing submission, because that was just fantastic. Thank you so much for coming to speak to council today.
Thank you. It's not in the original letter I wrote. I'm having a hard time doing anything with the two kids in the context, but I have the fuller version and I will send it in.
I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councilor Comfort.
Yeah, I just wanted to applaud you. That was, I wanted to stand up at the end and go, bravo, encore, let's do more of that. So people really don't understand. I have a problem here when people say this is a diverse and, like it just isn't. And in the last year, I've spent a lot of time in hospital and in long-term care facilities. And the people that are employed there have such struggles to live in this community. Excuse me. And people don't understand that. So I have this complete disconnect with the whole idea that, coming here is to go shopping or to test out your new $6,000 mountain bike or whatever it is. That's wonderful, but people are really struggling to stay here. So sorry, but thank you.
Thank you, Esme.
I see no other councillors with their hands up. So again, thank you, Adam, for putting so much thought and passion into what you have shared with council. I do appreciate that.
Thank you, and good luck finishing this off.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Elizabeth Jennings to join in now.
Am I on? Can you see me?
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, thank you. I'm not completely familiar with all these processes. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for hearing my submission. May I just take a brief moment to introduce myself? I'm Dr. Elizabeth Jennings, a psychologist, and I had my own private practice for many years. I am now retired. My husband and I were half-time residents in Canmore for 17 years, and then we retired to Canmore 11 years ago and have resided here full-time for these past 11 years. I say this to point out that we have thus had a deep involvement with this town for 28 years. In my psychology practice, I had to be fiscally responsible. I had to understand important issues at hand, and I had to listen well to other people. To be honest, this is what I hope my town council exercises here regarding these two proposals. I would like to make clear from the outset that I'm against both ASP proposals of Three Sisters Village and Smith Creek. There are a number of reasons why the Three Sisters Village and Smith Creek proposals are unacceptable, but I'm going to reference what I consider to be the three major reasons. And I am not an expert economist or scientist or engineer, but I would like to say, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to say my piece about those factors. Out of these three major reasons, my heart insists that the critical wildlife corridor that we are lucky enough to have passed through our valley is the one I'm going to reference first. The science tells us that this is an internationally significant corridor. An internationally significant corridor, and it passes through our valley. And we need to uphold every important recommendation for it that science has provided to us. These key large mammals to our North American animal population depend on that being done. We in Canmore have an opportunity to shine in this context. Let us do the right thing and follow every important scientific guideline that we have been provided and create and maintain the best wildlife corridor going through our valley, not one that has nips and tucks along it just to enable a developer to pocket a very tidy profit and run, leaving the rest of us here with dwindling generations of significant wildlife. Secondly, I have learned through this process that Canmore has 3,700 kilometers of mine tunnels underneath it. That is stunning. There have been multiple recommendations against residential development on the lands that Three Sisters now owns. It is clear and simple that the undermining in the grounds make any residential development reckless and dangerous. Additionally, Canmore taxpayers would be liable for damages ensuing from undermining related problems. The area was appropriately zoned for a golf and recreation district, precluding residential or commercial or industrial development. These undermining risks have not disappeared. This town council simply has to reject any building infrastructure on undermined land, other than its zoning as a golf and recreation district. Third, all the realistic analyses of these proposals show that they are going to result in an unacceptable financial burden for Canmore taxpayers. It is common sense that residential development alone cannot pay the tax cost. Whoops, just a sec. It is common sense that residential development alone cannot pay the tax cost of supporting an entire community. Commercial development is absolutely required. There are no requirements in these proposals for the commercial development to be successful before any residential development follows. This proposal will certainly put the cart before the horse, and Canmore taxpayers would suffer for that, and that must not be allowed to happen. These proposals assume that they will create a large commercial center, but the reality is that this has not successfully happened here in the Valley for the past 20 years. Already we have seen that our residential taxes have risen at a rate faster than anywhere in Alberta. In sum, I have to say, Council, please show leadership. These proposals are unacceptable. Please show good leadership and make the right decisions for the future of our town. Your decisiveness at this juncture is critical to the proper development of our town's singularly unique location. Thank you very much for showing responsible efforts towards good governance and decision-making on behalf of our town. We look forward to positive news regarding these very important matters. Thank you very much for your time.
And thank you. I just want to note a correction. You referenced the town of Canmore property tax situation as being, I can't remember exactly what you said, but
I thought it was one of the highest in the province.
no, it's right bang on average actually. And we survey a number of comparator communities every year, and we're literally right bang on average. That's
Excellent, thank you.
Taxes per housing unit. Are there
Thank you for that correction.
It's a common misunderstanding. Is there any questions? Are there any questions for Ms. Jennings? Seeing none, thanks very much for joining in this evening.
Thank you, Council.
And I'll now ask Josie Asnong to join in.
Hello, everybody. I'm also having can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. I'm also kind of processing Adam's incredible presentation. Just a little bit fragile right now listening to his words. But anyways, thank you, Mayor Borman and Town Council for this opportunity. I have read the ASPs presented by TSMB, and I also oppose them. I'm speaking as a concerned citizen that has lived here for 25 years. My two biggest areas of concern in the proposed ASPs were one, the impact to wildlife, the corridor, and the design of the fence corridor that's still allowed for humans to access through with this development plan, and the risk of undermining both in personal liability risks and financial risks. I'm a word nerd, I'm an artist. There was a lot in the ASPs that are way above my science understanding. There's a lot of words and images that really stood out to me. I'll make this short. One of the quotes that really stood out was, to quote the village ASP, "Three sisters will use the mountain backdrop and intentional community design to inspire residents and visitors to explore and relax. But to live in Canmore is to know the mountains are not just a backdrop. They are an integral part of our community. We live over the banks, right to the top of Pauling, and they are a huge part of a deeply interconnected landscape that supports key species that many have spoken to over the last week. To live here is a huge privilege that comes with an enormous responsibility, as the decisions we make impact so much outside of our town boundaries and personal interests. You have to forgive me, I'm post-surgery, 48 hours, so I'm also exhausted. I implore Town Council to reject these ASPs and protect the things that we hold most dear. Many thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Asnong. And I hope you're recovering well.
Thank you. And on a quick personal note, a few days ago, you mentioned Karen Potter, if she was the Potter. I actually knew Karen Potter. I played with her daughter.
Pardon me, say that again?
Karen Potter, you were asking a Karen
Yep.
Potter if she was an actual Potter. I actually played with her daughter. She's a playmate of mine as a young child, and she taught me pottery.
Oh, there you go.
So, just a random side note.
Random. There you go. Thank you. I don't see any questions from members of council for you, so thank you very much for
Thank you.
joining in this evening.
Thank you
or
very
this
much.
afternoon. And that brings us to our very last speaker of the day. And we got 20 minutes, but I know he won't take more than the 10 that we've allotted him. It's I invite Canmore's Poet Laureate, Tim Murphy, to join in. Or not.
He's there. I'm just, I've invited him to start his mic and his video. There he is. Perfect.
There he is. Mr. Murphy.
You're still muted, Tim.
Muted. You're muted, Tim.
Okay. Okay, I know this has been a marathon for all of you, so.
Your mic and your video
It's
are on?
okay, it's okay. Okay. So I'm my helper. I'm grateful for an opportunity to speak. Thank you, Mayor Borman and Council. I also want to express my thanks to Adam Leonard for his informed and eloquent presentation. I've lived in Canmore for 30 years. I've read both ASPs. I've also read the traffic study and the wildlife study. So that's primarily what I'm going to talk about. The opening paragraph of the TSMV's 114-page traffic study, WSP Canada, who compiled the report, says that WSP Canada does not accept responsibility for damages suffered by any third party as a result of decisions made or actions taken by said third party based on the recommendations of this report. In other words, the accuracy of this report is questionable. The report suggests that on a sunny summer day, there will be a 25% reduction of current automobile trips based on the assumption that people will walk or bike or use public transport more than they do now. There is no evidence cited to support this. Rather, the report states the traffic will be mitigated by traffic calming, pedestrian trails, public transport. But it has been shown in other studies, such as the 2004 Brookings Institute traffic study, that people drive more as time goes on, not less. So the assumed reduction of vehicle traffic by the WSP to 60% really only applies to the village areas themselves. Does not apply to the connector roads, such as the Bow Valley Parkway or the Trans-Canada Highway, or the bridges or intersections that serve those. And nowhere in the report is it specifically stated that this traffic reduction applies to only the new developments. There is later in the report a statement that well, they state that there won't be a significant addition to road infrastructure outside the villages, but this is just basically untrue, because later in the report they acknowledge that the existing infrastructure of roads and intersections and bridges outside the development area is insufficient to handle the population as they stand now. But there's no acknowledgement anywhere in the report that the actual population of Canmore will double or could double, and that south of the Bow River it could triple. So even assuming that people drive 25% less on a summer sunny day, it says nothing about a winter day, there could be up to a 300% increase in traffic volume on the existing roadways. Now, The town's integrated transport plan from 2018 admits that a 15% increase in traffic volume will make things much worse than they are now. Other traffic studies have shown that an effective increase of traffic volume on congestion is not linear, it's logarithmic or exponential. A 15% increase in traffic volume can double trip time from 8 minutes to 15 minutes. A 50% increase can cause an 800% increase in travel time, turning an 8-minute trip into an hour. Doubling traffic volume, which is what we're talking about here, will no doubt cause gridlock. The TSMV traffic plan argues that the new developments will be nearly self-contained, and this is based on a suggestion that not only will schools be built, but hospitals, hardware stores, supermarkets, full shopping needs, and maybe even gas stations, maybe even a ski resort. But the past experience has shown that developers in Canmore promise the world when it comes to commercial development, but deliver only a fraction. And paradoxically, the commercial sprawl required to fully support these developments as self-contained districts would probably kill the existing downtown district of Canmore. So on page 91, the report, at the end of the report, it does recommend that the infrastructure has to be upgraded to handle the new traffic. So they do admit that there is going to be significant increase in traffic. They suggest that from Deadman's Flats to 8th Avenue, 4 four-way stops, 5 to 7 roundabouts, 2 signaled intersections. The projection also notes that Bow Valley Parkway would have to be 4 lanes instead of 2 lanes. And even with these upgrades, they propose that the Bow River Bridge, which is already at 92% capacity, the bridge over the highway would be at 97% capacity, as would the Parkway, 97% capacity. And that is with the suggested upgrades. The success of this traffic plan is based on the assumption of widening link roads, bridges, intersections, adding auxiliary lanes, turning lanes, plus the establishment of pedestrian pathways through areas that are now wildlife corridors. Also noted is that in spite of these alterations and due to an expectation of high pedestrian traffic, that significant vehicle backup at intersections is still expected during peak times. And what they're talking when they say peak times, they're talking midweek peak times. They're not suggesting weekend or holidays. Near the end of the report, in small print, WSP suggests that this should be studied over the future years. They're not actually recommending that anything be done right now. And that they also state that these alterations in road infrastructure may not even be possible, which presumably would be because existing buildings would maybe have to come down. Basically, this report admits that any hope of managing traffic flow depends on significant overhaul of current road infrastructure that may or may not be possible. There's no suggestion of what it would cost or exactly who would be responsible for financing these upgrades. Now, I submit that the success of this traffic plan is magical thinking, and that the residents of Canmore will be on the hook for decades, not only financially, but also in the exponential increase of traffic congestion. So the traffic study is clever, but in my opinion, it's misleading. This creates not only inconvenience for Canmore residents, but a real threat to safety for inability of emergency vehicles to navigate through gridlock traffic. All this adds to the serious and imminent danger of wildfire. The recommended 100 meters zone 3 buffer fire zone is non-existent in the proposal, with houses as close as 35 meters to heavily fueled areas, which are rated extreme fire hazards. Adding up to 14,000 residents to the already 6,000 residents living south of the Bow River means that up to 20,000 people south of the river will have to evacuate in case of wildfire. And models show that in extreme conditions like mid-August to September, with a 20-kilometer westerly wind, that wildfire can spread at 7 kilometers an hour. And that would take an hour and 20 minutes from the Engine Bridge to Dead Man's Flats, and only about 45 minutes to get to the Three Sisters area.
Excuse me, Mr. Murphy, this is your
Yeah.
9-1 check.
Okay. So there's only one bridge to cross the river to serve the existing western end. There's only one intersection to serve the proposed Three Sisters. There's only one intersection at Smith Creek to funnel 14,000 people out of a proposed development area in a matter of less than an hour. So considering traffic suggestion cited above, particularly on a summer day, this seems that evacuation would be impossible. So I'm suggesting that this development will create a fire trap that endangers the lives of thousands of people. Also want to briefly address construction. There's been a suggestion that 2,300 jobs will be added to Canmore, and I've been in construction in Canmore for 30 years. I can say that by and large, projects of this size, the jobs do not go to residents of Canmore. They typically go to Calgary. I mean, the profit is the bottom line, and there may be some labor jobs, but basically, anyone living in Canmore cannot compete in the bidding process. So I suggest that there will not be nearly that number of jobs given to Canmore construction workers. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy, and appreciate you bringing your well-considered points to council for consideration. And I appreciate you coming in on time, because I have another 2-hour Zoom meeting starting at 6 o'clock. So this will give me a chance to take a little break. I don't see any questions from members of council for you. But once again, Tim, thanks very much for taking the time to join in and share your perspective.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, council.
With that, I'll call a recess until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., if I'm not mistaken.